Hi, dear participants, speakers and partners of the event. I'm happy from this tribune to welcome you to the European Digital Week 2020. In the organization of the event, we went through various difficulties, but thanks to our partners, team and speakers, the event is already a fact. European Digital Week is a part of World Digital Weeks, which will take place next year. The idea is for small and medium-sized technology companies, which are the backbone of the economy, to have a forum where they can learn from the professionalism, experience of the lectures and take expert advice. The whole idea of the event is the participant of the European Digital Week to take know-how advices from many different speakers from many different countries. European Digital Week brings everything together in one place, exactly 1 week a year. Unfortunately, the pandemic situation and the summer season create a lot of difficulties for us, but we managed to get through them. I think that we are stronger than before COVID-19. You will be able to visit more than 350 hours of know-how in the form of video lectures. More than 600 lectures with various topics applied to participants in the event, from which 385 lectures from 79 countries were selected by our Expert Council board. The Expert Council chose the most interesting, informative and useful topics. I hope the experience and the professionalism of the lectures we will give you the opportunity to add more knowledge to your experience and that the conference will be as useful as possible. You can ask questions and make more contacts through special created groups in the LinkedIn network. Thanks to all partners, lecturers who joined with desire and passion about their work and community, so that this event can be a fact. I wish you a successful European Digital Week and see you in 2021.
It's a great pleasure and honor for me to address this very interesting event on behalf of the Bulgarian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is the oldest and biggest organization celebrating this year 125th anniversary of its setting up. Our mission in digital sphere is also very important, and we understand it, providing reliable information for the companies through our voluntary register, also providing reliable information for the products of most of the companies of Bulgaria under the free application BG barcode, and certainly trying to solve the problems of the companies, which inevitably, especially in these difficult times, appear amongst the company through arbitration code, which is also in the leading arbitration codes in the world, to the extent it is digitalized, and which is recommendable for solving the problems between the companies in fulfillment of their contracts. The event will be very important for everybody, but I would like to use this opportunity and mention again that such type of events are very important for our governmental institutions, responsible authorities for implementation of e-government, which is still far from the level we would like to see, which is important for one country that is already many years member of European Union. I wish every success of this event and confirm our readiness to support any effort for digitalization of our economic environment. Thank you very much for the opportunity to congratulate you.
Hello everyone, I'm Subhas Gautam, co-founder and business development officer at nasec.io. I'm glad to be a part of International Cybersecurity and Digital Services Protection Conference and European Digital Week 2020. I'm going to talk about vulnerability management system for small and medium enterprises on the basis of my experience at NASEC. At NASEC, we've been providing customized vulnerability management solutions for small and medium enterprises according to their need. But before I begin what a vulnerability management solution is, I want you to guide through a few highlights about cybersecurity and small and medium enterprises and data. I'm not sure if you have heard about these companies or not, but there is one thing that these companies have in common. All these companies have suffered a cyber attack and were forced to shut down because of that. Efficient Escrow, a California-based company was shut down in 2014 after hackers were able to steal $1.5 million from their bank account. Mt. a Tokyo-based crypto trading platform, was forced to shut down as well after hackers were able to steal 850,000 Bitcoin from its trading platform. CodeSpace, a cloud-based code hosting platform, was forced to shut down as well after an attacker was able to get into their system and delete all the files as well as the backup. A study by National Security Alliance shows that 60% of hacked SMEs go out of business in less than 6 months. This is because small and medium enterprises do not have a cybersecurity recovery plan in place, as there is not enough awareness among small and medium enterprises about the consequences that a cyber attack can have on a business. Similarly, a study by Symantec shows that on average, a cyber attack costs small and medium enterprises $188,000, which is way higher than what a small and medium enterprise can spend on cybersecurity to protect it from the attack. It is not only about the money. Once a company faces cyber attack, it also has to go through brand loss and a lot of compliance things. A lot of people think that SMEs are not the primary target of hackers, but in fact they are wrong. A lot of hackers actually target a lot of small and medium enterprises because they think SMEs are soft target. You see, big organizations have complex systems in place. They have advanced technology. They have highly experienced professionals to protect themselves from cyber attacks. So for a hacker to get into an organization, a big organization systems, is a huge challenge. However, SMEs, they do not have the resources, they do not have the right professionals to protect themselves from cyber attacks. So a lot of hackers consider small and medium enterprises their target, and the frequency of cyber attacks on small and medium enterprises is a lot higher than on the bigger organizations. I've listed down a few challenges for small and medium enterprises to protect themselves from cyber attack. The first one is insufficient personnel. The demand for cybersecurity professionals in recent years has been so high that it is very hard to find the right person to look after cybersecurity. The other challenge is small SMEs do not have sufficient budget to spend on cybersecurity. They do not. Their executives do not understand the importance of protecting against cybersecurity. There are not a lot of cybersecurity tools and technologies that has been developed for small and medium enterprises. There are a lot of sophisticated technologies for bigger organizations, but there are very few tools that actually small and medium enterprises can buy and to protect themselves from cyber attacks. Last but not the least, small and medium enterprises might have all the in-house expertise they need, but when it comes to cyber security, they lack in-house expertise as well. Another study by Ponemon Institute showed that 60% of cyber breaches actually occur due to unpatched vulnerability. A vulnerability is a loophole that exists on a system, and the study that was conducted among 3,000 small and medium enterprises showed that 60 out of 100 SMEs actually faced cyber attack because there was a fault in their system or because there was a loophole existed on the system. If that's the case, a proper vulnerability management system can help prevent from cyber attacks, because the main purpose of a vulnerability management system is to identify, manage, and resolve vulnerabilities continuously. Now we'll get into this part where we'll try to understand more about vulnerability management system and vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. A vulnerability management system is a complete solution to identify, manage, and resolve vulnerability continuously. The word continuously has been used here because it's a continuous process. It's not a one-time thing. New vulnerabilities can exist in a system when an update is done or when new features are added. That's why it's very important that the process of identifying, managing, and resolving vulnerability should be a continuous process in the context of software application. Why do we need a VMS then? We need a VMS because it helps monitor and patch vulnerabilities proactively. We cannot wait for an attacker to come to our system, find a vulnerability, exploit them, and then the organization finds about that vulnerability. You do not want that situation. Organizations should proactively look for vulnerabilities, identify them, and solve them. Exploits keep coming, so monitoring and routing patching is vital for any organization. A VMS is important also because it helps address security gaps of your organization. You see, when there is a vulnerability management system in place, it helps CISOs to realize the other gaps that are missing in that organization. For example, a company might have a proper vulnerability management system in place, but in regards to policies, it might have some weakness. How can an organization identify that? It's because the vulnerability management system also helps to identify the security gaps that exist in any organization. VMS is important because it helps maintain compliance. Compliances such as PCI DSS and GDPR regulation compliance are very important in the context of present world. And it's very important that any organization maintain compliance regularly, since VAPT, vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, is a compulsory and integral part of both the compliance. A VMS helps maintain compliance. A VMS not only helps detect loopholes in your system, it also helps to keep hackers at bay, because a proper vulnerability management system helps to keep them away. How can we design a customized VMS for small and medium enterprises then? The first step is to recreate an internal security team or outsource to a trusted third party. If your organization has the budget to recruit a security team along with a CISO, that's how you should go. But if you do not have the budget, you can outsource it to a trusted third-party cybersecurity company. The next step is to perform VAPT regularly. or launch private public vulnerability disclosure programs. See, small and medium enterprises can hire security researchers or pen testers to perform VAPT regularly, or they can also launch a private or public vulnerability disclosure programs, which are more effective than having security researchers inside your team. Because if you launch a vulnerability disclosure program, there will be a lot of security researchers finding bugs and submitting it to the company. The third step is to manage vulnerabilities according to priority. Not necessarily all vulnerabilities poses the same risks. That's why it's very important to prioritize the critical ones from the low risk ones, and then it's very important that the critical ones resolved first. Then the organization need to apply fixes to the found vulnerabilities. At last, a retest is needed to determine whether the found vulnerability has been fixed or not. So this is this 5-step can be an important basis for a customized VMS for small and medium enterprises. Let's see what and how a vulnerability management process looks like. Basically, there are 5 important steps in a vulnerability management process. The process starts with a new or existing software application. The new or existing software application goes through automated and manual testing to find vulnerabilities. Once the vulnerabilities are found, they are managed according to their severity label. And in the third step, fixes or patches are applied to the found vulnerabilities. Once the fixes are done, the security researchers or pen testers or ethical hackers need to retest the system again in order to determine whether fixes has been applied or not. We need to continue the process again when new features are added on the system or when the system is updated, because when new features are added, there are chances that loophole will exist, which the attackers might exploit later. Vulnerability assessment and penetration testing is a part of the vulnerability management system. It is a technical testing process to determine the security stature of software application, whether your organization have an internal software or a web application or a mobile application. You must have a vulnerability assessment and penetration testing of it. A VAPT helps detect and resolve loopholes that exist in software application. A VAPT is an important part of compliance such as PCI DSS and GDPR regulation. Like the vulnerability management process, a VAPT is also a regular process that needs to be done again and again. The process of VAPT is pretty simple. The first step is to gather information. For security researchers or pen testers, it's very important that they understand about the software application. For example, information like in which server the software application is being hosted, which languages has been used to develop the software application, etc. In the second step, the security researchers perform a vulnerability assessment to find out how secure or insecure software application is, and also to determine the methodology for attack in the third step. The third step is to exploit the system from hacker's perspective. Now, this third step is important because it's very important that the security researchers, they perform the test according to a hacker's perspective. That is, it means in real time situation. Once the findings of the exploitation comes, again a report is generated and is sent to the development team to apply fixes on the loopholes that was found in the system. BAPT test is performed basically by two methods. The first one is the automated test, which is performed by using tools such as Burp Suite, Nessus, Acolytics, and others. Automated test helps to determine the common web and mobile application vulnerabilities. The automated test also helps to save time and resources for the organization. After the automated tests are over, manual tests are performed on the basis of planning. Again, these security researchers perform manual tests from a hacker's perspective to find the last remaining vulnerability. So we now know about what a vulnerability management system is, what a vulnerability assessment and penetration testing is, and the importance of both vulnerability management system as well as vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. This is the last slide, and here I'm gonna talk about some basic security measures that can help prevent from cyber attacks. Implementing these basic security measures doesn't need an extra budget. It's more about being conscious about cybersecurity measures, and it's more about discipline and having the right policy in order to protect from human-induced cyber attacks, that is social engineering. The first one is that small and medium enterprises must have a security policy for employees. Those security policies can include things like working using VPN or connecting to known networks only while doing official works, segregating personal and professional emails, minimizing use of mobile phones for work, etc. The second thing is the password policy. Companies must have policy where they ask their employees to create strong passwords and use biometrics if possible. Companies can also ask their employees to, companies can also have a policy where they make two-factor authentication compulsory. That way, hackers won't be able to have the authentication bypass. And last but not the least, companies must spread knowledge and awareness about cybersecurity practices. They must train employees how to spot phishing emails, social engineering attacks, and other human-induced threats. This doesn't apply to technical staffs only, but also to non-technical staff, because in a lot of cases, social engineering attacks are firstly mainly targeted for non-technical staffs, the people who stay in the customer support who do not have a lot of technical knowledge. So in order to protect from social engineering attacks, small and medium enterprises must create knowledge about security practices, and they must also train their staff to spot phishing emails and social engineering techniques. This is all I have to share. I hope this session I hope you can learn a lot about vulnerability management system and its importance, and how you can develop a customized vulnerability management system at your organization. Thank you for being a very good listener, and if you have any questions, you can ask me here, or you can email me at subhas@nasec.io. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone based on wherever you are in the world. I am Pramod Kuksal. I am a director of cybersecurity and I lead cybersecurity go-to-market pre-sales and consulting function for Capgemini Australia and New Zealand. I'm currently based in Sydney, Australia. Today, I will be covering an exciting topic that impacts and somewhere connects with everybody in an organization. Not just an organization, it also connects to a simple home user working from anywhere in this world. Yes, I'm talking about endpoint security. In an organization setting, the security operations is usually responsible for monitoring threats and incident analysis. IT teams are responsible for patching of systems and creating baseline images. A right endpoint solution can solve a lot of advanced and baseline security problems for these teams. Today, we will cover the challenges with endpoint security, the threat landscape. We will also cover what's a next-gen endpoint protection all about and what are its key features. How do we apply zero trust to endpoint protection? And finally, what does the future of endpoint detection and response look like? So let's get started. Uh, the definition of endpoint has changed drastically in last 10 years, and it has become more complex over the period of time due to the digital transformation across organizations, sectors, and the ways of working. As multiple devices and users connect to the rest of the world in different ways, the number of vulnerable devices is increasing dramatically. In the past, an average corporate network had been about 10,000 to 50,000 endpoints. But with the IoT, the system expands to millions of endpoints. And unfortunately, many of these are older devices belong to either shadow IT or legacy IT, or some new devices which are part of bring your own device policy of an organization. Soon the IoT may comprise as many as 30 billion devices. Many of them will be outside of corporate control. And of course, uh, billions of chips have been shown to be vulnerable to meltdown and spectre attacks. Of course, with cloud adoption, data volumes are growing, and it requires organizations to take a more strategic approach to security visibility, especially at the endpoint level. Organizations now have so much data on hand that protection becomes ultra important. If we talk about the current threat landscape, ransomware continues to be a major issue across the globe this year as well. We have had two large organizations hit by major ransomware attack in Australia this year already. As they say, unlike lightning, ransomware does strike twice, and we have seen this over and over again. The victim organization is hit by the second ransomware attack just within 12 months of the first attack, while over 70% of ransomware victims already running up-to-date endpoint security. They have realized that stopping ransomware requires specialized protection, and a traditional approach is not good enough. We have also seen the average loss from endpoint attack has increased from USD 7.12 million to $8.94 million dollars. About 6 of 10 organizations report more aggressive and more targeted attack, and about 80% of the attacks were from a new variant or a unknown zero-day attack. So what are the challenges with the simple and traditional endpoint security? So we talked about, the traditional endpoint security not being able to protect us against next-gen threats. So what are those challenges? So traditional endpoint protection products have actually failed to detect advanced malware as they use signature-based and basic detection techniques, while the hackers use TTPs that are sophisticated and they are always changing. They This helps exploits that are specifically polymorphic in nature easily evade signature-based antivirus solutions. As I spoke about Internet of Things before, I spoke about digital transformation, I spoke about cloud and IoT. IoT devices will only grow in the coming decade and are becoming a close part of the enterprise network. Unfortunately, IoT devices pose difficult challenges to cybersecurity. Most IoT manufacturers don't build their products with one standard or a common standard, and their market is highly unregulated. Additionally, users using these products often fail to patch these products, or patching is very tedious and frustrating and confusing task. As a matter of fact, IoT devices vanish from the traditional endpoint monitoring capabilities and become an ideal blind spot for the hackers to breach. The other challenge is the security skill gap. You must have heard of security skill gap several times in the past in different discussions in your own organizations and discussions. Um, the skill gap is pushing CISOs and organizations to do more with less. When it comes to security, time is ultra important. It is important to find a way to block attacks proactively, and not just block the attacks proactively, but also identify threats that bypass prevention solutions. And also, at the same time, integrate and automate for greater efficiency to reduce dwell time, mean time to detect, and mean time to respond and contain. We saw the global threat landscape and organizational challenges around traditional endpoint security. So what's the solution? How do we solve this problem? So how is the market moving around endpoint security? So we hear a lot of buzzword, and today the most abused word in cybersecurity is next generation. Every new product that you see in the market, it uses next generation as a selling point, and that makes trusting a particular vendor or a particular security vendor as a product difficult, isn't it? The bottom line is that it takes more than a few new detection features to qualify as an endpoint security solution that is next gen. To truly deserve that label, a product needs to offer the complete package. Let's talk about the package then. The gap of 1% advanced threats that bypass a traditional endpoint solution means 100% probability of a breach by adversaries. So this gap can be covered by a next generation endpoint security solution. While a lot of endpoint security vendors claim to offer behavioral analytics capability, the focus is generally on the indicators of compromise. However, the problem with indicators of compromise is that they are not always dependable, as hackers change them very frequently. And they've changed it to evade detection, and IOCs are also only present after an attack has occurred, and that's why using IOCs is not considered proactive. A true next generation solution must also look for indicators of attacks, so that identify active attacks and allow you to stop an event even before the damage is done. As we all know, prevention isn't enough. It is crucial that the next generation endpoint security should have the endpoint detection response capability. So let's talk about what are those capabilities. So effective EDR records all activities on the endpoint, from PowerShell execution to command and control to writing a file to the disk. So EDR also eases the hunting efforts by automatically identifying malicious activities and rates the endpoints based on the risk persistence on those endpoints. Once something is detected, EDR has the capability to isolate the endpoints and contain the attack to the patient 0 and stop the propagation. As EDR also stores a lot of endpoint forensics data already, the data can be used for breach response and forensics by the organization, or it can be used by law and enforcement and even by the regulators if required. So one of the most important feature of a next-gen endpoint is its ability to be able to deal with sophisticated adversaries using advanced tactics, techniques, and procedures. The next generation endpoint security should leverage threat intelligence to ensure the attacks are automatically and precisely attributed to the right adversaries to identify correct indicators of attacks and indicators of compromise for faster and maximum protection. I have also seen some endpoint products claiming to cover cloud, on-prem, and mobile security. With the other security features that I've highlighted before, what's most important factor is to avoid installing multiple agents to use these features. You will find vendors with several and next-gen features, but they would want you to deploy multiple agents in order for you to use those features. So a single agent approach reduces the computer resource utilization, it reduces the management effort to manage those endpoints, and enhances the speed of the software. So you must also have seen vendors claiming to provide cloud-based solutions. So however, when you look at the architecture, actually they are still relying on the older architectures developed for on-prem systems. The solution should not only be truly cloud native, but also be a tailor-made solution for cloud to support cloud endpoint and cloud workload by design. So a true next-gen EPP solution should focus on indicators of attacks for detection and response, and should be tailor-made for your cloud workloads and provides all next-gen features bundled in a single agent. Okay, so now we know what to look for in a true next-gen endpoint security product. So let's talk a little about the concept of zero trust. It talks about never trust, always verify. So zero trust, as you may know, it is an approach to the security. It was created by John Kinderwag during his tenure as a vice president and principal analyst for Forrester Research. The concept were based on the realization that traditional security models operate on the outdated assumption that everything inside an organization's network is trustworthy. Under this broken trust model, it was assumed that a user's identity cannot be compromised, which is definitely not the case. As stealing your identity is the first thing hackers do before the lateral movement, before they move laterally in your environment. Also, the older trust models believe that all users act responsibly and can be trusted fully. So the zero trust model recognizes that the trust is a vulnerability. So once on the network, users, including threat actors and malicious insiders, are free to move laterally and access or exfiltrate whatever data they want to. So I would probably call this this concept an extension of the principle of least privilege to only those who require it. How do we bring the question is, how do we bring zero trust concept to life with endpoint security, and how endpoint security can assist in your zero trust journey? Now, most of the endpoint solution have a concept called whitelisting. So traditional or static whitelisting is a detractor to zero trust model for endpoints. Reason being, traditional whitelisting is a point in time activity, and once it is done, the whitelisted apps or users are never reviewed and verified again. So whitelisting may not be able to protect an organization from a zero-day attack that exploits an unknown vulnerability within an approved application, just like a browser like Chrome or Internet Explorer. Extending zero trust to the endpoint requires endpoint security to integrate with network security to provide a holistic zero trust security architecture across your organization. For example, endpoint security integration with VPN can enable a global policy that moves with the user and the endpoint. So when endpoint security and VPNs work together, endpoints are protected regardless of the location the endpoints are accessed. Uh, the other way of bringing zero trust architecture to life using endpoint security is to leverage endpoint client firewall for micro-segmentation of network. So leveraging the client firewall to create micro-perimeters helps isolate the threats to one segment and avoid propagation and lateral movement of adversaries into the network. So using a dynamic whitelisting, integrating network security with endpoint security and using client firewall for micro-segmentation are a few ways of many ways to bring zero trust to endpoint security. So let's talk about future of detection and response. As I spoke about one holistic security architecture and integration of multiple layers of security to gain maximum protection. Leading to this, we notice a gradual movement in the detection and response market. This course is a natural course of evolution for SIM, EDR, MDR, managed detection and response market. Most of you probably have already heard of XDR, extended detection and response products. Just like any other market, the monitoring and logging market started with monopoly of a few SIEM vendors. Then the market witnessed a dynamic liberalization in the forms of SIEM, SOAR, EDR, UEBA, and then we noticed a sudden increase in the number of players in the market and hence the rise of the market. It's all natural course. Now, with the disruptive changes, aggregators emerge and are finding their place in the forms of XDR providers. So XDR products aim to provide a seamless aggregation for endpoint networks, logs, and bring in threat intelligence and automation capabilities with greater business intelligence and security analytics and reporting engine. XDR is meant to provide enhanced visibility, detection, response. It's new in the market, and we are here to see what it has to offer in the near future. We will stay tuned. We'll see how it performs. I want to also touch upon how endpoint security has become even more critical during the pandemic with the new ways of working when most of the users are working from home. It's quite commendable that most organizations have quickly moved to remote working. It makes sense that security teams won't find time to perform basic endpoint hygiene and performance checks on corporate machines. And to make it more complicated, it is even more difficult to perform these regular hygiene and performance checks on employees who are working on personal devices. Unfortunately, this work from home dynamic is creating even more opportunities for cyber criminals who are seeking to exploit people's anxiety during the pandemic. As per a recent report that I was reading, it found that phishing emails have spiked over 600% since the end of February, with the majority looking to capitalize on the people's fear, using terms such as COVID-19 to draw in unsuspecting victims. Therefore, during the pandemic, employee awareness and behavior trainings have become even more important. The first and most critical step for business to mitigate security risk and ensure a seamless transition to remote working is to enroll all user devices to a unified endpoint management platform or solution. Business should choose and unified endpoint management platform that allows for the provisioning of any device in order to accommodate both corporate issued devices and employees' personal devices. By doing so, it allows IT departments to gain visibility over all endpoints that are being used to access sensitive business data and mitigate any threats remotely. Containers can also be created to accommodate two distinct uses of a device, the work profile and a personal profile. This allows employees to have full access over the personal side of the device, while the work side is kept separate and protected from threats that may arrive from an employee's personal activities. As I also spoke about EDR, organizations should ensure advanced, enhanced endpoint security, visibility, and monitoring capabilities for the expanded operating environment. The other area that an organization should be careful about is the security of their supply chain. Uh, while organizations protect themselves, they should be aware of what their partners and vendors are actively doing with regards to security that will affect their organization. Engage with the security services vendors to evaluate impacts to the security supply chain. Organizations should confirm how these partners and vendors secure their in endpoints and network. Remember that each of these organizations has their own people to worry about and their own business concerns. Additionally, organizations should also ensure someone from the endpoint security team is part of the crisis management working group to provide guidance on security concerns. So, thanks. That comes to the end of my presentation. Thanks everybody for being here today, for being so patient and listening to me. This has been a wonderful experience for me to present and listen to the other speakers. I hope you have found this session informative. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. You can reach out to me on my social media account or the LinkedIn groups set up by the organizers. Thanks again, and keep safe. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Let me say thank you first for letting me be here as a speaker. And the title that I'm going to speak today is Assumption, the Deadliest Vulnerability. The original story is from my mentor, Pete Herzog, who is the creator of Austin methodology. I put the link of his writing here, so you can go there and read the original article. This is the original organization that I'm working with. We are doing the security researches. So, sit back. I'm going to tell you a story. The Goldilocks is a girl's name, and one day the girl went for the walk and into the forest, and she found out a peculiar house, and the peculiar house, she knocked the house and no one answered. So she went in the house and she found three bowls of food sitting on one food sitting on the table, and because she was very hungry, she had the food. Well, spoilers alert, she died in the end. Yeah, but I'm sorry if I ruin your story time. This is a fast assumption that you made. I'm going to tell you the full story. Yep. Anyway, let's find out what Goldie assumes and the tale in the story. First, she assumed that there are people in the house she found in the forest and she further assumed those people will be willing to help her, and she assumed the people who left. She assumed that there is no answer. It means that she can go in, and she assumed the people that leave the one food on the table will not be coming soon. And then she assumes that it's okay not to face the chair she breaks. And then she assumed that she can take a nap in the bed. What didn't she assume is there will be 3 bears are going to attack her, and she is going to end up with dying. Yet there's some people doing assumption. The Goldilocks and 3 bears is the ultimate story of doing making bad assumptions. In security, we assume making something harder to do improves security. Yep, it is like you put bars at the ground floor because you think people will be coming and try to enter from the ground floor, and you don't put bars at the windows and on the second floor because you think there were no people could be able to climb up to the second floor or to the roof, so you didn't put any bar there. It means that you can only protect people coming from the ground floor with a bar. But if there will be people, even if a small amount will come and climb up, small amount who are able to climb up to second floor, yeah, you don't have the protection for them. You don't have the protection for those small amount. And another example for that is like you have a lock, you lock your but it is not good one, but you still have to lock your front door, and you use it, and people come and see, oh, this locked, and we are not going to try to get into there because it is locked. But if someone come and figure out, oh, there is a lock, but it's pretty bad because I can easily bypass it. Yeah, this is a situation that you could not even know that if he was in, or yeah, this is the thing that if you use a bad lock. And another assumption that you keep up with security maintenance improves security. Let's say that you have logs and you have backups but backups of the server that you are responsible to make it secure. But one day your server has got compromised and got the wipe attack. There is no data on the server or are wiped it. And you will say that here is the log. We can find the IP address who compromised our server. So you will find out, you will see the IP address, and you will also see that those IP addresses are from Tor network. Okay, but that's at the end. And you will say that okay, we have backup at least. So, but it means that you have no security because a security that doesn't protect the targeted attacker, then it's not security. I have to say. Yep. This is the maintaining your tender head is only protect your life or teeth, not protect from crown bar. Vulnerability scanning, yeah, they are pretty good as long as you know how they work, and as long as you well configure, or as long as you know how to use them. Yeah, I have very pretty much cool example in real world that I know a man who is using a tool and with the direct report from that tool, and he complained to the service provider badly because the tool say him that it is not security, it's not secure. Yep. So I stopped him. Hey, hold on. Let me see what did you try? And I could find out, or even he couldn't use the right syntax with the tool because he just used the default syntax he had found on the website of how to use the tool, and he just used that syntax and with the tools, and he showed that there's no good software or whatever, something like that. Yep, this is very, very bad, and that's why I wanted to say that vulnerability scanning is not pretty good if you don't know the environment. Yep. So there's one assumption that you should do ever is don't think someone won't do it. Yep. I have an example that GSM frequency that I found around me in my environment, and I just pick up the strongest line, the strongest frequency near me, and I just try to sniff and let's see what I've got. This is a system that the service providers use. They think that if they keep contacting to clients with via the SMS and they will keep saying that the code or something like that will be nicer for their service, and this is how the system works. They think, and they also want the clients and never tell the code to anyone. Yeah, the clients also never tell the code to anyone. But what they don't know is behind the scenes there will be someone who is watching their SMS, reading their SMS. This is how a system may go wrong in real world. Yep. How do we protect it? Yeah, we need a playbook, but we shouldn't go step by step. Like before using the playbook, we need to understand the environment first. So keep in mind that there is no easy button to stop the threat. The first thing we do is separation. We separate the attack and we separate the access and its dependency with the threats. So, and we reduce the unnecessary service. We eliminate the unnecessary for the shares, and we do this. It's very interesting how far we can go with it, and we do this as much as we can, just to understand, just to own the environment. First, then we go to second step, the integration. By the way, it's a four-point process that we use when testing a network or application or environment, and just to figure out what are the missing points. Only 4 points. We have the inquest, interaction, intervention, invention. We have got we will get the emanation from the target, and we will know more about the environment. And the trifecta we use, it has three steps there. Just how the operation works. Because if we don't know the operation, our securing process will run the operation as well. They run the operation, so we need to understand the operation first, and we need to understand how they work differently from how everyone thinks they work, because there will be another way. How do they need to work? Yeah, this is the thing we try to figure out. Then we use the 10 control set we draw on the whiteboard, and this is the example that we use. We do on the whiteboard network for the server, and for the application we use those 10 control sets. Those are mentioned in the Awesome version 3, and we use those things on the both, and every X that we see here means that there is no control for it. In the network, there is no authentication control. It's lighted and we clean out onto the paper, onto a sheet with a comprehensive explanation, and finally we put it on the attack surface matrix. It includes so much mathematical things and so much universal writing, so it's like very complex. But once you know that, you will figure out that there are 20% of attack surface there. It doesn't mean it is not weak, because your environment is only secure unless you find out those 20%. There will be people, 20% of people who can make the successful attack using that 20% of attack surfaces. So your environment is not safer from those 20%. But until you find out those 20%, your system stays safe. Yeah, this is what you stay being invisible until, as long as nobody is looking at you, or you are being secure as long as nobody is targeting you. So this is the attack matrix we use in the report. Well, it's going to be 50 minutes and times are going to up. So before you ask question, let me ask you some question. So one gives Flame and V-shape. Why one line is always longer than the other? Please answer me through the groups in the LinkedIn, and reach me to the group in the LinkedIn if you have any question. I have answer. Well, this is it. This is all that I want to mention during that 50 minutes. Well, thank you for your time listening my speak, and thanks everyone. Bye.
Hello everybody, are you ready for the new little stretching class? And now it's your break time, and I'm Irina Tanasova. So get up from your chair and let's go start. Now sit down. Okay, with hands. Inhale, exhale. Inhale. 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 Now help with hands. Straight back. Push the head. Stop. Sit. Okay. Now change in right. Left. Okay. Now stretch your head. Up and down. Left head. exhale 2 more times. Inhale. Inhale. Okay. Right hand, left, up, and stretch. Sit. Push your chest. In the middle. Stretch your hand. And change in left. Up your right hand. Sit. Push your chest. Okay, in the middle. Okay, it's done. Straight forward. Inhale, up, exhale, down. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale, and up your left leg. So twist, exhale. Inhale, in straight. Exhale. That's it. Inhale, exhale. Now we'll stretch the right leg. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, up, down, up, down, up. 2 more times. Okay. Down. And change. Inhale, up, down. Exhale. Inhale. 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 Right leg up and stretch. Inhale. Two more times. Okay, it's done. Now twist. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. 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 That's it. Okay, it's done. Inhale. Straight legs. Open. 2 legs. Okay. And the other. Now. In front and back. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. last one. Okay, twist and down and up. Inhale, up, inhale, inhale, and sit. 4, 3, 2, 1, up and change. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, 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 sit. Okay, up. And the last one. Okay, hands and back. So, inhale, exhale, up. Inhale, exhale, up. Inhale, exhale, up. Okay, 4, up. 5, up. 6, up. 7, up. 8, now stay. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and it's done. Now relax in the deep pose and breathe. Inhale, exhale. Okay, up. Stay like that. Down, back, inhale, up. 4, back. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, and stay. Okay, change, back up, stay. Okay, relax. Now we will up, slowly. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, open your chest. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. The last one. Inhale. Exhale. Okay, we're done. Bye bye.
Welcome you all and thanks for joining us today. It's the International Cybersecurity and Digital Services Protection Conference and happening in the European Digital Week. It's the September 2020 and the topic for today's discussion is how to accelerate cyber shock to safeguard the business from cyber attacks. So before going to discuss the topic, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Sarish Mushtaba and I'm the steering committee member of Federation of Pakistan, Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Cybercrime and Security, Board of Experts Cybersecurity for CGSS International. Currently, I'm working as a VCISO in a fintech and I have a professional experience of around 9+ years in cybersecurity. We have served as leading roles in Big Four banking industry, telecommunications sector, and energy sector. Part of it, I also conduct the corporate and trainings as well. For the CSIM, CHFI, Threat Intelligence, Security Operations Center, and SIEM Solutions. So, guys, let's get into the topic. Where we would first, I would like to have a glance upon the key takeaways, which is like the key trends of the cyber breaches, and then some of the cyber defenses strategy, and then we are coming upon the SOC, where we are going to discuss about the SOC operations, SOC requirements, challenges, and then the acceleration towards the next generation SOC, and then we are going to discuss about the SOAR platform. So before explaining SOC, I have designed some preamble slides where we would discuss about some trends of data breach. So according to the Verizon DBIR report 2020, plus 3,000 breaches happened globally, while plus 32,000 incidents happened globally. And this is available. This report is available on the internet, and you can easily download this report. So incident is basically a security event that compromises the confidentiality, availability, and integrity of an asset, while the breach is the incident that results in a confirmed disclosure, not just potential exposure of data to an unauthorized party as well. So 45% of breach featured was related to the hacking, then 70% perpetrated by the external actors, then organized criminal groups were behind 55% of the data breaches. So these breaches not only results in reputational, but it also results in the financial losses as well. Like the US ransomware attack cost an estimated of around $7.5 billion in 2019. So, guys, these are the reasons that the cybersecurity has now become the board level agenda as well in the organizations. Why? Because of the huge impact on economy and enterprise objectives to be achieved. Even the cyber incidents and breaches are now being discussed in the board, and even the preparedness to combat the cyber attacks are also now being discussed. So that's why it's very important to have a thoughtful strategy to combat in order to face these sort of challenges in organization. So the organizations design broader perspective in where they design the blueprint of the cyber resilience in order to address the complete life cycle of a cyber incident. So let's have a glance upon this cyber resilient blueprint, where the first phase is the preparation phase, and this is an ongoing phase where the organization updates the security devices or replaces it with the new technologies and updates the security policies and place more secure controls, provide security awareness to their staff, and prepare the security incident response team. Then the second phase is the detection, which is where the analysis of an incident takes place. Then this response is the third phase, which addresses the containment and eradication strategy. That is how to limit the damages and how to clean the threat from the infected system. Then comes the recover, which is back to the operations. Like if there is an incident, then how the organization is going to come back into the normal operations. And then last one is the post incident, where all the artifacts from detection till the recovery are being documented and being analyzed from top to bottom. So that's the complete resilience blueprint, where a cyber attack can be managed if it happens. And if you can see that till detection till to the post incident, all these activities are the responsibility of the SOC team, and these are carried out by the SOC team. So, guys, let us now have a discussion about the SOC, that what a SOC is and how the SOC team is formed, and how we can accelerate the SOC into a next generation SOC. So basically, SOC is a centralized unit of information security, which deals with the real time 24 by 7 monitoring, detecting, and responding to the security incidents. So it's a facility where security staff monitors enterprise systems and defend against security breaches. So many organizations set up a managed SOC or a hybrid SOC, which combines with in-house staffing with tools and expertise from the MSSP. So guys, let us see that how SOC really works. So basically, the logs or the security logs are being forwarded to the SIEM solution, and the SIEM analyzes these logs with the predefined rules and the customized rules which are being prepared by the SOC analyst. And on the basis of these rules, if an incident is if a condition is being met, then an alert is being generated in the SIEM solution. So as an alert is generated, the SOC team analyzes that alert and performs the triage and validates if it's an incident. And if it's an incident, then it's forwarded to the concerned SIR team, that is the Security Incident Response Team. Now it's the responsibility of Security Incident Response Team to perform remediation and perform such actions that are being recommended by the SOC team in order to handle the incident and closes it. So in the closure step, all the evidences and activities are being documented, and then a report is sent to the management. So this is how a SOC really works. So you see that there are several critical assets in an organization, which comprises of the firewalls, like which are placed upon the edges or on the perimeters or on the zones. And then there are the routers, then there are different servers and operating system, critical business applications. So all the logs of these critical assets are being forwarded, all security logs are being forwarded to the SIEM solution. So a SIEM solution has also has the capability to integrate with the threat intelligence, which takes the real-time feeds from different threat engines, and on the basis of that, SIEM has also predefined rules, and there are some of the rules that can be designed or defined by the SOC analyst as well. So basically, as these rules, as a condition of any of these rules are being met, the SIEM generates an alert, and these alerts are used to detect the network-based anomaly detection or the user behavior analysis as well. So, the network reconnaissance and deviant DNS requests and unusual web traffics or geographical abnormalities, unusual HTML response size, signs of DDoS activity, unusual changes in registry values or system files. So all these detections or analysis can lead to any of the security incident, which could be like the malware or the exploit kit detection or phishing or recon attack, spam attack, botnet attack, C2 communication, or some sort of web app attack like SQL injections or cross-site scripting. A part of it, insider threats can also be detected by using the same rules like the unauthorized access or the unauthorized changes or the information leakage. So these security incidents could be detected by using the same engine. So guys, basically what a SIEM does and why it's necessary. It's beneficial. Why? Because the SOC team monitors the organization's infrastructure on 24/7 basis, and hence the monitoring of external attack and insider threats takes place. And it also helps in an organization to meet the regulatory requirement which is related to the monitoring and logging. There are some of the industry standards as well, like the PCI DSS standard, which addresses the requirements of security logging and monitoring, and it can also be achieved by placing the SOC mechanism into your organization. A part of it, the SOC team also provides a very efficient response for the incident management, and these are some of the criteria that a SOC team is really essential for an organization. So many of the organizations are now transitioning the majority of their efforts on implementing IR plans, processes, and workflows because of the misalignments of the SIR teams and dependency on many disjoint security tools. So, in order to get away from numerous shortcomings, organizations are turning towards the next generation SOC, which is the SOAR platform. So, guys, SOAR is basically security, orchestration, automation, and response, where orchestration enables to connect and coordinate complex workflows through the SOC playbooks. And likewise, the automation speeds up the entire workflow by executing actions across the infrastructure in seconds. Like SOAR can perform containment for an infected machine, and it can isolate the machine by complementing it with an EDR, as SOAR has capability to integrate with the firewall, EDR, VA tools, AV tools, SIEM solutions, threat intelligence. So basically, SOAR is the term which is first coined by the Gartner to describe the intersection of three technologies, which is security orchestration and automation, security incident response platform, and the threat intelligence platform. So SOAR is designed to help security teams to respond to incidents and alerts faster by combining the functions like the data gathering, case management and workflow, incident enrichment, process design, automation, analytics. So, guys, if you can see that, if I talk about the slide, if any malicious event takes place, then the SIEM detects this threat and alert it on, and the SOAR generates an alert. Well, this alert is automatically there is an incident which is being created because of that alert, and then SOAR gathers all the artifacts which is related to that incident, and SOC team reviews that incident and blocks the malicious file through that SOAR platform. So if we talk about the people, process, and technology in these three contexts, the people aspect is it's the repeatable process playbooks, and from the process perspective, it's the centralized solution, which enriches the process very quickly, and then the automated technology reduces the perspective of the manual process. So this is how a next generation SOC really works, the SOAR platform. So if we talk about the capabilities, as we have discussed, there are a lot of capabilities that a next generation can really perform, like the well-defined SOPs, and then the placement of the SOC playbooks, which can be easily automated in the SOAR platform, And then there is the mechanism of zero-day attacks detection because of the presence of the EDR, and then the threat intelligence, and a part of it, the threat hunting capability and the capability of orchestration and automation and rapid recovery, and the capability of rapid incident response. So these are the capabilities of a next generation SOC. So now let's have a glance upon the SOC organizational model, that how a SOC team can be set up. So if we can see that there are multiple layers in the SOC, like the L1 tier, all the L1 analysts. So they basically all the alerts that are being generated in the SIEM engine that are being reviewed by the L1 SOC, and then they either they mark it as false positive or make it as an incident, and then the L2 layer is there, which continuously monitors the alerts with the L1 layer and also validates the incidents. Then L3 layer is that layer which is required on as and when basis if there is some sort of deep dive investigation needs to take place or some sort of forensic activities need to take place. Then there is a complementary layer of the SMEs, that is the subject matter experts, and they are the special and they are the persons who are specialized in network, malwares, endpoints, databases, operating systems, and threat intels. Then there is an additional layer of threat hunters and another layer of SIEM administrators whose responsibility is to perform the day-to-day administrative tasks related to the SIEM. So all these layers are being in the reporting all these layers reports to the SOC manager, and the SOC manager reports to the CISO of the organization, that is the Chief Information Security Officer. So in case of an incident, as an incident is being detected by the SOC team, the SOC team forwards that incidents to the incident responders, that is the CERT, Security Incident Response Team of the organization, which is comprised of various technology people like the systems people and the applications, network, database, vulnerability, patch management, etc. So this is how a SOC organization a model is being working in an organization, and this is how a SOC team can achieve their goals in this manner. So let us come upon some of the benefits of SOAR platform. So guys, basically, as we have already discussed, that SOAR uses the playbooks to guide the SOC team and then reduces the time for the incident resolution, and also makes use of the threat intelligence to discuss the false positive alarms that is being generated by the SIEM engine, and it also increases the capability of improved documentation process. So these are the benefits of a SOC platform, and we have also discussed that how a SOC, a traditional SOC, can be accelerated into a next level SOC, which is the SOAR platform. So guys, if there is any participant who has any sort of questions, they can ask me in the LinkedIn group. So as per the closing comment, I just want to put that there are two types of organizations: one who know that they are breached and the other ones who doesn't know that they are breached. So it's very essential to have an effective SOC in place in your business, and then it must be accelerated to the next level as well, with the right resources and with the right skill sets. So guys, thank you all for joining us, and this is me, Sarish. I'm signing out. Good day.
Hello everyone, I am Louis Chuang from Vietnam CyberSecurity Network. Our company has 10 years in providing cybersecurity services to the market. And for me, have 15 years in researching on cybersecurity and also manage a team. My background is on IT and I strong in attacking technique. As all of you know that the pandemic is still very complicated in uh, over the world, so it's affected a lot to many business. So for my presentation, I just want to share a little bit of my viewpoint to help you. It's not only a big company, but also it's also a small company can take benefits from this presentation. I hope that so that it can help your company to protect your digital assets or IT infrastructure. And I name it my presentation is how attacker viewpoint can protect company IT application. So IT application is can be like infrastructure like network device like a server, and also it can be a software like your website, your uh, mobile application. The first thing first, I want to show the fact. I have some news on a headline that to show on a cyber safety attack. Like the first one is Garmin. Garmin is a very big name in providing the uh, the tools, the accessory for runner. I am also runner too, and they just got attacked by someone else that to let them down because of the ransomware. It means their data is encrypted by malware, and the attacker they request to have a kind of payment to let them send the key to decrypt the data. And I heard that Garmin they have to pay $1 million for this product. The next one is Cisco. Cisco is also very famous in providing IT infrastructure like network. So they have some exploit. It's not like it's, vulnerabilities in their products. So the attacker they're trying to exploit through that vulnerabilities to attack the Cisco product. And the last one I want to show here is Microsoft. All of us know Microsoft, I believe that. So they have operating system is Windows 10, and of the Windows 10 is had vulnerability in their self for 2 years. It's still not unpatched. It's still not patched now. So you can understand that 2 years for one vulnerability. So it's it's very it's a lot of time to it's a lot of time for attacker. They have a chance to attack to the Windows 10 system. So anyone they are using Windows 10, so they are very kind of they are very they leave their system for the attacker for 2 years. And all companies they are running now. Normally, they also have some protection in their system, like a firewall, like IDS, IPS, or antivirus, or any or many other systems have the protect. But you can see through three example here. Even they have these protection mechanism, they still can be hacked by someone else. They can be attacked by the people because their application because of the user is also the weakness of their system. The main point for today's presentation I want to show is attacker viewpoint. So what is attacker viewpoint? Through attacker viewpoint, that normally they are sitting outside of your system, so that their viewpoint can be if they want to attack your system, if they want to attack your organization, not the first thing, but they will asking how many entry point to coming in your organization, what points are vulnerable to the attack, and many similar uh, question. What is the entry point? So entry point is the like a gate that can let the people coming in your system. So it can be uh, your computer. It can be your application. It can be your network infrastructure. It can be your human. And you can see that from attackers, they can try to leverage any gate that can coming in, that can let them in. And to do that, they try to find the kind of vulnerabilities of every gate. Like with a human, they try to know how they can push something else, something to your human, and like they can send the USB with your malware to your employee or to your staff. And when your staff or employee plug the USB into his or her computer, so that it can automate to kind of like malware plan in your computer system, and it can spread in your internet system from that point. Also, from attacker viewpoint, also I want to show you is we separate into two things. It's bad guy or good guys. So the technique to attack the system is tools. It's like a tools. So someone else are using that tool for good purpose. Someone else are using that for bad purpose. So bad guy and good guys. Normally, the bad guy they only doing the attack for him or herself to they want to attack someone else for the finance. So for the finance, they request the victim have to pay him or her. Also, he or her can want to attack because of the politic thing. It's like he or she had he or she can pay someone else, so he or she can attack their website or their business. What is the good guys? Normally, the good guys they are doing attacks for client or for communities. For client, if he or she in a contract with some company or some organization. So when he or she finding some vulnerabilities, they will tell the client, the customer, how to fix it and where to fix it. It's similar to my company doing in this market. Or if some application is very popular to the community, when they find some bug, some vulnerabilities, they also can try to announce for the community to anybody they can fix the software. Like Facebook, if they say Facebook they have problem, they can try to call to the community to fix the Facebook or something. The same thing for on bad guy and good guy is normally all of them is a thing outside the box. They also try to create many things. that to help attack the system. Also, they are very intelligent people. And the third thing is also very important. Is all of them is very curious for the knowledge, curious for the technique to let them attack another system. And for the mainstream, uh, we are normally using beautiful words like penetration testing and bug bounty. For penetration testing or pen test, it's like we are trying to attack into the system under the control of the people, under the control of the customer. For the bug bounty, normally is some company organization, so you can have award to some attacker or to some company that find their bug, so that they will rewards for that efforts. Okay, so are they doing? Here is can be personal or can be company. What are they doing when they do pen testing or bug bounty? Normally, they have a three step. First, they try to find the vulnerabilities or the bugs of client or of the customer system. Uh, the next is they trying to steal the data. It means they leverage the vulnerability and they try to code some exploit and they try to pull the data from client system so that they can prove the concept, they can prove the bug. And the last thing is they reporting. Uh, is they build the report with uh, explain how the vulnerability work and how they can pull the data. And also the very important part is a recommendation. They build a recommendation for the client, for the customers, that to let them understand how they can fix the bug and how they can prepare for the security roadmap or plan. All of the work here is done in the limited time. The time here is normally the duration uh, that that's announced by client or by someone else. They have to give rewards. Because of no system is 100% secure, so that we need the attacker viewpoint to have a different view for protection your system. It also can help you to plan for not hack it again, because you can see that a lot of big companies they have a investment for protection like firewall, ID hacker, but they still be hacked. So that if the companies that have attack viewpoint, they will know how to fix it better. And also because of attacker viewpoint to have them uh, fix their system easier and also cheaper. It's cheaper than, because you can see in this slides I show you to example. First, for EQ face, you can see that the EQ face is a very big name in monitoring the credit, so that they let attacker um, hack into their system, attack into their system, and stole around 143 million people in the US information. Uh, it's very large information, uh, over 100 million information. So uh, uh, they got penalty by FTC for 700 million USD. It's very big uh, cost. I believe that to the total cost for their investment in cyber security protection isn't not up to 700 million. And the second uh, The second example is Uber. Uber is also a very famous name in the term of ride-hailing services. So you can see in this slide for the Uber, it's not they also try to protect themselves, but the attacker still go further than their protection. So for the Uber, they be attacked and around 57 million user is also exposed to the outside. And for this breach, the Uber is was fined by U.S. government around 148 million USD. It's a huge number. With this number, they can invest a lot into a cyber security protection. Okay, so if you understand that uh, why you you should invest in cyber security protection and why you should have a ethical viewpoint. So the next question can be when should you do? Normally, you should do the pen test or bug bounty when they before and after corporate milestone by you have a big update for your application. When you hiring or firing critical person, just someone else, they have a lot of important data, so important information. So they when they leave your company or your organization, you should do the pen test. And the scope you should do for whole thing, like for web, for mobile app, or API. And for the best practice of the time for doing a pen test or doing bug bounty, you should do it for every 6 months or 12 months. Okay, that is the last slide that I want to share with you. And the last thing I want to say, stay safe from COVID-19 and cyber attacks. See you. I am Louis Chuang from Vietnam CyberSecurity Network, and I ready to share with you anything I have in cybersecurity. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are. Welcome to the International Cybersecurity and Digital Services Protection Conference, part of the European Digital Week. My name is Tim Nedelkov. In my talk today, I will share 3 strategies that I wish I had known when I landed on my first big corporate job as an information and cybersecurity manager of a large international organization with over 70 locations around the world. These strategies help me to transform the perception of cybersecurity and turn it into a trusted business partner. A quick introduction. I bring over 17 years of experience in IT and cybersecurity in Europe, the US, Australia, and the Middle East. I work as a cybersecurity manager at SNC-Lavalin Infrastructure Middle East. I hold several industry certificates and I'm a doctorate candidate in cybersecurity. In 2019, I was nominated for the Cybersecurity Professional of the Year by the Australian Information Security Association for outstanding leadership, integrity, and mentoring in the industry. Early on, when I started my job, I figured out that I took over a fundamentally broken practice compounded by a poor culture and attitude towards cybersecurity. It included significant gaps in operating procedures, which included several pieces of critical equipment that haven't been maintained for a very long time. And the previous information security team was called "I cannot help you and I cannot do it for you." The departments cared very little about cybersecurity, and there was no user awareness on the expectations for cybersecurity. The previous InfoSec team left months before I joined for various reasons. I had to rebuild the team during a time when the organization was going through a major restructure and transition at the executive level. To make the situation even more complicated, I was only 4 months on the job when the CEO was terminated, the chairman resigned the same week, and a major technology modernization program was put on hold. The odds were not in my favor. It took me nearly 9 months before I could spend a single dollar on cybersecurity investment. Somewhere in between those 9 very frustrating months, I realized that for me to be successful, I needed more than a traditional approach to uplifting the InfoSec stack and play with the latest and the greatest tools. I needed to think out of the box to turn the ship around. The 3 core strategies that helped me included focus on business first, risk second, and then cybersecurity. To be successful as a cybersecurity leader, I needed to be curious about others. I needed to understand what they care about in their discipline, and most importantly, why they care about it. When I started to understand the business perspective of cybersecurity, there was some apparent misconceptions. People ask me why we talk in funny and sophisticated terms such as threat hunting, vulnerability management, and phishing. No one could understand us. People were too busy to think about cybersecurity. Some of them believe that cybersecurity is just another IT function and they don't need to care about it. And of course, the devil of all devils. We always have been doing it that way. I had to think out of the box in terms of a new structure, engagement, and ways to change the culture within the organization towards more collaborative behaviors on cybersecurity. I wanted to get cybersecurity done properly and add value to the business. I needed to understand how the business works very quickly, what the most important components of the business are. It included the understanding of risk tolerance of the business. I had to do my homework. I had to understand how the business does business. I look at annual reports, strategy papers, audits. I even look at what our competitors think about us. Then I continued with pure curiosity, asking people what they do, how they do it, and any problems in the past. Of course, the most important question was, what is the best way that we can work together? As a big organization, there were several areas that didn't often talk to each other, or they engaged only on as-needed basis. I used every single opportunity to focus on building a relationship instead of just fixing an issue. For example, when there was a security investigation, I worked closely with the impacted areas and not only understand the issue, but how we can prevent it from happening in the future. I asked many questions and I wanted to make sure that I understand what they mean not only for the person but for the organization and also for my practice. Some specific questions that helped me to focus my strategy on business first included: who are my key stakeholders? What they understand about the business and cybersecurity problems? How do they interact? I started with business partners who are often in between the business, technology, and also external vendors. They gave me a lot of insights about some problems and what attempts have been done in the past to solve them. I worked with HR on improving onboarding and understanding how we can incorporate information security awareness as part of the onboarding processes. I needed to understand what the most important things the business do. What are the most important assets that we have? What processes and workflows matter the most? All those questions left me with a big list of things to do or fix. One of the key stakeholders for me was enterprise risk. At some point, I had interactions with the risk department almost on a daily basis, and we've made a lot of progress. In my situation, the risk department included the head of risk, business resilience, compliance, and insurance. In the beginning, there was a big gap between what cybersecurity risks were and how we managed them. I had to answer some very uncomfortable questions, including understanding of how secure we are, why we're spending so much, what are the threats that are impacting us, and what is the industry doing. Which, in that case, I didn't necessarily have all the information to answer. It was a challenging time before we can find alignment. By far, the most important consideration that we put together was about explaining cybersecurity risk in an understandable language. We look at a 5x5 matrix for likelihood and impact. We agreed on tangible scale for impact, which included cost implications, operational impact, and reputational damage. We worked together to perform a risk assessment of critical assets. Because I've done my homework, we already had the list of assets from the conversations with the business. Then we went even further and we look at what the industry is doing and how some of the risks are mitigated on an industry level. After we had a solid understanding of the assets, threats, and risks, it was time to educate the non-subject matter experts on impact, likelihood, and mitigations. We've organized several tabletop exercises. We organized information security briefings and regular user awareness sessions. I identified a few case studies from the industry, or there were some incidents that impacted our competitors, and we look at all of them. I reviewed industry reports, briefings from regulators, industry events, and so on to make sure that we have the relevant context. It helped not only to educate people, but I used it as an opportunity to verify that every dollar which I am about to spend on cybersecurity will be focused on mitigating a specific risk. I was in a quite unique situation where I had to rebuild the whole team and get the basics right. My view on cybersecurity is that it goes down to people, processes, and technology in the exact same order. I always try to hire the best people that I can find. I was fortunate because most of the positions that we filled in were with people who have been with the organization for a long time and they were eager to learn more. We were only 9 people, but we already had over 100 years of experience with the organization. It helped me a lot to put the right context in place. However, what I had to do very quickly was to upskill the team and make sure that we have the right capabilities in place. In our first 12 months together, we have taken more than 15 information security certificates. It helped us to determine the roles and responsibilities. We've built a catalog of services that we're in charge of. It helped us a lot because we found a few systems that we could shut down immediately and save some money. We initiated a cybersecurity audit, which was a very painful exercise because it has been delayed several times due to the transition of the previous team. But if I have to do it again, I will do it even earlier. Because I didn't want to be 6 or 12 months on my job just to figure out that some of the priorities and some of the gaps that we're addressing are not consistent. It helped us to determine how we're going to report on cyber up to the CEO, the steering committees, and also to the board. We have identified quick fixes and ways to simplify our information security stack. During those 9 months before I can spend any money, we had to define the key drivers of our program. We asked ourselves some fundamental questions. What business problems are we going to solve? We asked not only ourselves, but also business representatives. We also asked our vendors and vendors under consideration. We look at the positive or negative impact of what we wanted to do and what is going to happen if we don't do it. During the conversations with the business, I figured out something very important. There were some areas of the business where if there is no champion, which was often the head of the department, no matter how far we push or how good the activity is, the likelihood of success will be low. The best way that we've approached the champions was we actually included them as part of the decision-making process. I involved them during our planning sessions. They were involved with regular steering committee meetings. I briefed them and their teams regularly on areas of concerns and ways to mitigate them. It gives us a lot of visibility and we've identified some issues early on. After multiple iterations, countless conversations, and assessments, we determined that our program focus will start with user awareness, then we focus on governance and the protection of critical assets. We look at our vendors and collaborated with legal to refine the information security requirements. We migrated over 40 vendors to single sign-on in less than 10 months, which helped us a lot to manage access controls and also data protection. We focused on perimeter security, minimizing operational impact, and uplifting the detection and response capabilities. It was a lot of effort and it worked out well. How do I know it? We delivered all the projects on time or ahead of schedule. Majority of the projects were under budget. We have seen a positive impact on the performance of some workflows that were negatively impacted by misconfiguration of previous security tools. User awareness program was delivered and more suspicious activities were reported. We implemented NIST cybersecurity framework and use it as a baseline for future activities on governance, risk management, and compliance. The audit findings were addressed quickly. As a result of all these activities, we haven't had a major cybersecurity incident when the industry and some of our competitors had challenging times. What was even more important was that we put cybersecurity on the map. The culture and attitude towards cybersecurity improved. The business started approaching us for issues that normally will be ignored, or people will deal with them individually. We initiated a regular engagement with other stakeholders to identify and manage the threats that are impacted us. People were coming to us instead of we having to push ourselves to them. We were involved in almost any significant discussion, and we were asked to provide feedback, which often was taken under consideration. Most importantly, people were curious about what we did. We developed several deep, meaningful, and trusted relationships with different parts of the business for the first time. We work extremely hard to make sure that we can get to yes for the business in the most secure way. 5 months on the job, we as a brand new cybersecurity team won the Employee of the Month recognition. 6 months together, we won an organizational award for hard work and dedication during very challenging time for the organization. And later on, I was nominated for the Cybersecurity Professional of the Year. Most of us as cybersecurity leaders tend to think about cybersecurity stack first. At the end of the day, business success is what pays the bills. Starting with the business needs, focusing on determining the risk, and then focusing on cybersecurity were the 3 core strategies that helped me to turn the ship around and change the culture towards cybersecurity and be successful when the odds were against me. We have to lead from the front and work with the business to ensure the risks are understood. We have to talk about what we collectively think the priorities are. Then, and only then, the objectives will be easy, the cybersecurity objectives will be easier to achieve. This is pretty much how it worked out for me. Feel free to reach out on LinkedIn or email with any comments, questions, or ideas about how we can make cybersecurity a trusted business partner. I will be more than happy to have a conversation with you. Have a great day and enjoy the rest of
Hello, my name is Yelisey Boguslavsky. I'm the founder and the head of research at the cybersecurity New York-based company Advanced Intelligence LLC. And the subject of my today's presentation is the law enforcement and tech, an organic alliance in a fight for human-oriented policing. Of course, these days, law enforcement as well as the technology become the questions which are in the front line of the public discourse. And therefore, it is essential to address them for both the social communities and the cybersecurity industry. At the beginning, I need to mention that the innovation and technological advancement was in the actual essence of the policing. Policing as itself emerged after French Revolution, guided by the ideas of enlightenment and the dream of building a new rationalized society. The first Ministry of Police was founded in 1796. Simultaneously, the modern policing was introduced in 19th century, primarily in industrial countries like Britain and United States, also guided by the idea of technological advancement and building an exemplary industrial society. What is the most important here that from its very beginning and through the last 200 years, policing was guided by this idea of separation of domestic, which should be measured by police, and foreign, which should be threats that should be dealt by the military. This separation of policing and military war fighting became essential and became the foundation of modernity in itself. This is why technological innovation is in the very core of policing. The main reason for that is that without technological innovation and without this rationalistic agenda, policing essentially loses its foundation. And it turns into a type of inner military fighting. We could see this in the case of United States Police, which has been facing the challenge of militarization. And in many aspects, unfortunately, some police divisions are turning into a form of an inner military force. This is primarily a consequence of lack of innovation, lack of new approaches, and lack of integration of technology. As a result, the United States Department of Justice has issued a number of measures which enable our police divisions and police departments to change. And those measures are centered around 5 pillars, 5 cores. It's innovation and strategy planning, it's intelligence, data, and integrated systems, it's research and analysis, and it's integration of new models, as well as public outreach. As you could see with 5 of those pillars, all of them are inherently dependent on technological advancement. We could actually see that with those 5 strategic pillars being capable of responding and addressing to contemporary challenges of the modern policing. For instance, innovation in strategy and planning could guide us in this division and distinction from violence-driven policing. The intelligence and integration of data systems lead to accountability, which decreases and addresses the challenge of police brutality. Research and analysis technique also address the issue of lack of accountability in policing, whether the integration of new models can address the problem of organizational conservatism, lack of diversity. Finally, of course, the use of media, especially digital media, for outreach resolves, or at least aims at resolving the problem of police alienation and dehumanization. So let's go through the examples of the technological challenges which could actually help the police transformation according to those 5 pillars. An example of strategic planning and selective approaches is the approaches of partnering with community and also the alliance between state police and the private sector. The integration of new data systems and intelligence could be seen in such technological advancements like facial recognition software, smart sensors, Internet of Things, and also the use of AI and big data analysis for investigation techniques. Research and analysis has seen its results in management and performance analysis, which helps to measure the efficiency and also the accountability of police performance. Integration of new methods has been seen with the introduction of so-called prevention-focused policing and big data techniques, essentially when the aim is to prevent crimes and not to deal with the consequences of crimes such as violence. I want to go through the best practices and best cases here. One of the most famous policing innovation, technological innovation within policing, is being represented and illustrated by the body cameras, which fortunately became the new normality for contemporary policing. And this has been going on for years. However, what is essential is that something as simple as a body camera actually keeps evolving. These days, those cameras are less cumbersome, they're more durable, they present a way better picture, and the contemporary systems which integrate the advancements of Internet of Things actually enable officers to get picture from both their car, the cruisers, the body cameras, the cameras of their partners, and essentially when an incident happens and the investigation takes place, the investigators and the public could see the picture from different angles, which again is essential for the sake of accountability. The new technologies that are being introduced these days is smart holsters, which immediately activate the camera when an officer reaches for their weapon. Technological advancements are essential for increasing accountability because they provide more evidence and they provide more collected information for the scene in case some kind of violent interaction between law enforcement and citizens happen. These days, the data is being collected by such technologies as smart sensors, advanced ballistics, 3D modeling, pattern analysis, and many other innovations that actually came from such areas as business or technological fintech research or big data research. Essentially, it enables to create data patterns, to see data patterns, to create wide-range statistics of incidents. The Washington Post initiative to collect all the police shootings is one of the classical examples here. However, besides the United States, many other countries are also engaged in this kind of initiative. There is quite a practical advancement in these technologies, which, as we could call it, the sixth sense, when additional information in the flow could be available for the officers. Again, it could include smart sensors, shot spotters, thermal imaging, and license plate recognitions, as well as drones. What is essential with these technologies is that they can lead to preventive policing. Essentially, what preventive policing is a technique, a strategy, an approach in which the officer or the officers have all the information before they start a certain interaction with the citizens. If you look at all the major incidents of police shooting of the last 3 months, at least in the United States, the main cause of those shootings were actually officers not being prepared for a certain reaction from the suspect. They either excessed the force, like it was with the case of George Floyd, or they were just not prepared, and that's why they reacted very violently. This is what preventive policing is actually aiming to avoid. If the officer knows exactly what they're dealing with, what is the level of threat, what is the level of potential resistance they can get, they would be prepared. And in this sense, from like instead of panicking and using violent techniques and lethal weapons, they can actually be prepared for employing non-lethal measures. This could be also supported by big data. So, for instance, crime mapping and other sources could help the preparedness for a certain situation. Again, something like facial recognition software can actually decrease the number of warrants and unwanted arrests, in which with facial recognitions, the police knows exactly who will be the suspect and what they will be dealing with. On a more global level, since preventive policing is something that is mostly employed on the tactical level, on a more strategic level, what technology brings to policing is, of course, the number of information that could be used. Here we could see statistics gathering and analysis. This is, of course, a huge support in investigative techniques, but also it is also support for accountability. If we see that police officers excess force and act violently in a certain situation with certain patterns, it could be addressed during the training, it could be addressed during hirings, it could be addressed during management improvements. And in this sense, again, the prevention of violent incidents involving police could be decreased. Similar things here. Crime mapping and information, let's say about the environment, like if the suspect has mental issues or is abusing substances. Again, this is essential for non-violent reaction. If the police officer knows that he's dealing with a suspect who is just mentally unstable, they may be more prone to use non-lethal force and not overreact, not panic, not use lethal weaponry. And of course, the humanization and community building is also something that could be greatly increased by technological innovation. Social media plays a huge role. We have seen that in the United States. On the one hand, it increases again accountability, since we could see the outrage on the incidents of police brutality. However, it also increases the level of humanization and connection with the communities. Here in the United States, during the George Floyd protests, we have seen police officers align with the peaceful protesters. We've seen them making their own statements. We've seen them trying to humanize themselves and their job, and that definitely had a huge reconciliatory effect, and it actually had a very positive impact on building this understanding between the communities and the officers. So, of course, social media here and new technologies of sharing information are essentially a tool for peace. So thank you so much. We really hope that in the next 10 years, we'll see a more human-oriented policing. We'll see more technologically advanced policing. This is definitely a trend that we have been seeing in the last 10 years. And the level of cohesion between the private sector, the communities, the NGOs, and the government itself is also increasing. In this sense, we could definitely hope and be optimistic about seeing this ideal that was envisioned back in the days when policing was just introduced as this rational, humane force of technological progress, enabling the citizenry to be safe and secure and to develop. And this is our hopes. So thank you so much. And please address your questions in the LinkedIn group. And have a good day. Stay safe.
Hello, my name's Rob Wigan, and I'd like to welcome you to my talk called From the House of No to Yes. In this talk, I'm going to go through a bit of an introduction about me and then Queensland University of Technology, where I work. Then we'll talk about what's wrong with the House of No, and then we'll finish up by talking about how we go about maturing the security conversation. So who is Rob Wiggin and why should you listen to me? Look, I've worked in technology since about 1987, so I've done lots of work with things like Novell Netware. I was a certified network engineer, Novell Network Engineer in 1993. And I've constructed some of the largest networks, particularly in the education sector in Australia at that time. And I've worked in technology consistently up until now. I did decide to specialise in security in 2004. Around that time, I took some time off and I tried to grow my hair long and dye it blonde. It turned orange, and my wife said that I needed to go back and get a proper job if we wanted to have the kind of holidays that I desired. So I took a look at the market at the time, and I thought that security was going to be sort of the next big thing. So I then sort of sought to find work in security, and it really has turned out well. I started working in some of the tier 2 banks in Australia before doing a bit of work in the utility sector with particular focus on water. And then the last few years I've been involved in the higher education sector. So the Queensland University of Technology, I joined the QUT in 2018, so about 2.5 years ago. QUT is quite an old organisation, or has its roots in older organisations by Australian standards. So it originally started as the Brisbane School of Arts in 1882. And we still to this day have a creative industries faculty that is still working on progressing the arts. QUT itself in its current form was established in 1989 from the merger of the Colleges of Advanced Education, where our education faculty came from, and the Queensland Institute of Technology, where our science and engineering faculties come from. We have around, in a normal year, 50,000 students and 12,000 staff, including sessional academic staff, some of whom may only work a few hours a week, but they do contribute to the staff numbers. Again, in a normal year, we would have revenues of around $1 billion. With this year and the impacts of COVID, that revenue has been impacted quite substantially, as the international student numbers coming to Australia have dropped significantly to almost non-existent levels. And so as a university, we're now needing to look at other ways of delivering our services out to our communities. For those of you who haven't been to Australia, Brisbane is about halfway up the east coast of Australia. We have a saying in Brisbane that it's beautiful one day and perfect the next. So let's get into it. So why is no the wrong answer? So simply, old school security conversations just no longer work. If we go back to the business and we just say no without having a conversation, they'll just avoid us and work around us and go and do what they want to do anyway, and they'll introduce a significant amount of risk into the organisation. So the first part of the journey is educating your stakeholders. And so this is about getting your stakeholders to understand that if they do a thing and the data that they're doing that thing with gets compromised, there could be regulatory fines, there could be reputational damage, there could be, lawsuits, there could be all sorts of things that could happen as a result. And then we need to educate them about how we manage risk. So if something's a high risk, then we really do want to do something to reduce the likelihood or the consequence of that risk being realised. But if it's a low risk, we probably just need to note it, and we maybe want to have a control that tells us when particular events happen. It's really important that we use this risk management language to frame our conversations. So the way I put it to my business stakeholders is, I'm not telling you no, but I'm telling you that you should do these couple of things to mitigate the likelihood or the consequence of an event happening. And again, it's really, really important that when we do our risk assessments, that we're linking risks with specific controls so our business stakeholders can see the impact of the control on the risk. We also have to remember that there is no transformation without risk. So if we're changing something that we do, we're inherently introducing a new risk of some kind. So really the conversation is just about, we know that making this change is going to have some downstream effects, but what can we do to reduce the risk of something bad happening? And I guess my last message to you would be don't be the cause of accumulated technology debt. I've worked in many organisations where progress investment has been limited, and then you end up with a whole bunch of legacy systems, which then introduce a whole bunch of risks of their own. So I don't want to be the person who's responsible for us not going down a digital transformation path and hanging on to all that legacy technology debt. So what do we do about it? How do we mature the security conversation? So in the 2.5 years I've been at QUT, I've really focused on security being another service provider to the business. So I talk about security as a service, or about us really being an internal consultancy service. So we want to understand the business problems that people are trying to solve and give them practical solutions to solve them. This one's a bit of a cliche, but it's embed security into everything you do. And I know a lot of our cloud service providers talk about this. They talk about baking security in at all levels of the stack. But when we go and acquire a cloud service, we can be relatively comfortable that the cloud service itself has that security baked into the solution. But then when we put our app on top of it, we need to make sure that we've been just as diligent around the security piece so we don't introduce the worst part of the stack. Make security part of your design authority process. So your design authority process should include a whole lot of things. There should be privacy impact assessments, there should be business impact assessments, there should be architectural sign-off to say that the thing that's being introduced aligns with the architectural principles of the organisation, and then there should be a security risk assessment. And all of those things, once all of those things are satisfied, then the project can proceed to the next gate. Another really important thing is to be approachable and willing to have conversations. When I first came to QUT, security was really the blunt instrument, where if somebody saw something they didn't like, they'd say, well, I'll go and tell security, and security will put a stop to it. So when I came to QUT, I really said, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. If there is a legitimate security issue that we have to resolve, then we will resolve it by looking at the controls and agreeing treatment plans to deal with the security issues. It's really about wanting to understand the business problems that we're trying to solve and making sure we can do that safely and securely. Identify champions in the business. So these people are really your eyes and ears out there in the business. So we've got about 50 of them across our different faculties and business units currently, always looking for more. But these are the people that they might see a project starting to spin up, or someone about to put their credit card across the desk to purchase a cloud service, and they'll be the people who'll just say, oh, have you just had a chat to security about that? They will try and help you design appropriate controls around that thing that you're trying to do. So the champions are really important because, we have a team, I have a team of about 7 people. So we cannot be everywhere all the time. So we really rely on those champions to identify those issues. As we have more conversations with our business stakeholders, we start to respect each other because they then understand what we're trying to do and why we're trying to do it, and we're looking like we're trying to understand their business problems. So once you have respect, you build trust. Once you have respect and trust, you can then exist in a true partnership. So in summary, Look, security is moving away from purely compliance-based approaches. A number of years ago, a standard would define what controls you had to have where and what you're going to do with them. We have seen an increase in compliance regimes from government. You guys in the EU have the GDPR, there's other bits of legislation around the world, and our government in its latest cybersecurity strategy is talking about specific compliance regimes for specific industry sectors. But most of these compliance approaches now are really looking to make sure that organisations are understanding their risks and documenting them and putting solid treatment plans in place. You need to accept that changing the message takes time. So I've been at QUT for 2.5 years. We're now getting to a stage where the other business units and other areas of our IT areas are actually coming to talk to us about stuff. Whereas, 2 years ago, they would just avoid us because they didn't want to have the fight. So accept it takes time. Having clear policies and standards is really important because what that does is it defines a certain level of controls that the business can really regard as guardrails. So they say, if I do all these things that are in the standard, then security isn't going to get in my way. Or conversely, if I need to go outside of those guardrails, either temporarily or permanently, I'll talk to security and they'll be able to either give me an exemption to the policy or standard, or they'll be able to help me design a control that brings that activity back within the guardrails. And my last point is that security really needs to be leading the way in enabling business change. As I said earlier, there's no transformation without risk, but security is one of those, we can be one of those key enablers where we just help the organisation manage those risks and really de-risk the digital transformation piece. We don't want to be in the way of enabling business change. And if you look at the university business as it currently stands, we've had a seismic shift in where our revenue comes from. So we actually have to do things a lot differently than we were doing last year and moving forward. So I don't want security to be the thing that gets in the way, but we do need to make sure that we manage the change sensibly and pragmatically. And with that, I'd like to thank you for listening, and I look forward to seeing any questions that come through after the talk. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, thank you for coming to my presentation on the importance and effectiveness of security awareness for SMEs. I just wanted to do a little introduction myself so you're not looking at slides for a whole 20 minutes. Thanks and enjoy.
So let's jump right in. Today we're going to be talking about security awareness, specifically how we can add value to small and medium-sized enterprises with the implementation of security awareness programs. I want to go through what security awareness is, how it can add value to your organization, how you can implement security awareness programs within your organization, and also just some facts and figures to show why security awareness is so important. So before we jump in, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Malcolm Portelli. I live and work in Malta. I was born and raised here. It's a small island in the Mediterranean, part of the European Union. I've been working in IT for about 15 years now. I've got mostly technical background. I spent a number of years working as a systems analyst, a systems administrator, managing teams of systems analysts and systems administrators And then I moved on to specialize in information security, which is where I am at the moment. I am currently working in the technology sector, specifically iGaming, but I have knowledge of another number of different sectors. I know people working in those sectors. I speak to people working in those sectors about technical issues, about information security issues, a number of different issues. So, what is security awareness? Essentially, it boils down to educating users on security best practices, increasing their knowledge of what good security practices are, teaching them how to be more secure in the workplace and even at home. Security doesn't stay at work when you leave to go home. It's about a mindset. It's about instilling a security culture. That is the end aim for a security awareness program. And essentially what you're doing is, by instilling the security culture, you are enforcing good security hygiene. This is done through education, so implementing education programs for users within the organization. It's also good to underpin this education through policy. One thing that's overlooked at times is how security awareness can not just add value to the organization, but add value to the employees of that organization. When employees are taught about certain things and the business invests in their knowledge, they feel valued. Now that can relate to a boost in morale, which obviously every boss would strive for a boost in morale, because usually boosts in morale are linked to boosts in productivity. And finally, what we're trying to do here is create a human firewall. This is a term used throughout the information security sphere. A human firewall is essentially similar to the firewall that you might have in your data center, protecting your network. This is the human aspect of that. So you creating the same kind of firewall, but using your users to help secure the environment. Why is security awareness so important? Technology is not enough. You can spend hundreds of thousands, millions of euros on technology, and you're still leaving holes in your environment. You need people to be aware of how they can protect the environment, and this is all done through security awareness training programs. Now, these programs don't need to cost an arm and a leg. They're relatively low cost usually. They're long-term solutions because you are creating a security culture. You are instilling that knowledge inside the minds of your users, which means they will keep that knowledge, and it will become part of their everyday working life and possibly personal life. And in the end, what every business wants to do, we're minimizing risks. We're minimizing risks associated with social attacks, phishing, social engineering, business email compromise. All these different types of social attacks are a huge issue for a number of organizations around the world. In fact, according to the Verizon 2020 DBIR report, the largest vector for entry into small and medium-sized business environments was social attacks, and phishing topped those charts. This report, I'll be going into it further down the line, just to give you an idea of the facts and figures, but essentially this is a very important report. It comes out yearly, and it is read extensively throughout the Information Security Society. Now, I've been talking about social attacks a lot, and I'd like to delve into phishing, which is the most prevalent social attack out there. Essentially, what phishing is somebody sending an email to a user within your organization, for example, pretending to be somebody they are not, such as a large corporation or a service provider of your organization, or even somebody internal to your organization, such as the CEO or finance department or HR. Now, within this email, more often than not, there are either the intent to steal information, or some sort of link to a malicious site, or a malicious attachment. If this phishing email is successful, there will be either stolen information directly through the email, indirect compromise by a user clicking on the link or opening an attachment and essentially opening a channel into your network for that attacker to come in, which essentially means they are hacking your environment without actually doing any hacking. The user is doing all the work for them. That is why it's such an issue. That is why we need to educate users. Now, going into this further, just to give you some facts and figures, just to kind of cement the idea of why we need security awareness. 22% of overall breaches involve social attacks. Again, these facts and figures are from that same report that I quoted from in the last slide, which is the Verizon 2020 Data Breach Investigations Report, a very, very extensive, important report. Now, phishing tops that threat action varieties list for breaches. Now, if we go to the right of the slide, we've also got phishing at the top of the action varieties for small organizations, which was kind of what we're talking about within this presentation. SMEs, we're focusing on SMEs, and this is specifically for SMEs. It's top of the list again, phishing. Also within this report there are a number of recommendations for top controls that they give to a number of industries based on the data that they find. Now, for almost all industries analyzed, the implementation of a security awareness and training program was listed as a top control. So we're talking about 1 or 2 industries which did not have security awareness and training programs listed as a top control and recommended for implementation. That's huge. Now, it wasn't listed for some industries is because it's not practical to implement it for those industries. Going into more financial figures here, and just to show you the extent from a financial perspective, according to IBM Security's Cost of a Data Breach report in 2020, the global average cost of a data breach was 3.51 million euro, which I'm sure we can all agree is a huge amount of money. Now, implementation of employee training can reduce that cost by 216,000 euro. That's a huge amount of money that can be saved just by doing employee training, which, as I said before, is low cost. And I'll go into that later, just to show you how low cost it is. Now, a shortage of security skills, furthermore, can increase this average cost by 234,000 euro. Again, we are increasing security skills to a certain extent within an organization by implementing a security awareness and training program. We're talking money. Everybody wants to save money. Everybody has limited budgets. Everybody wants to turn a profit in the end. That's business. Also, looking at the same report, the data breach root causes by threat vector, we've got 22% were directly caused by social attacks. So 22% of breaches were caused by social attacks. Again, we're talking about social engineering, business email compromise, phishing. Now, I'm mentioning phishing often, but security awareness is not just phishing. Security awareness also tackles a number of other different parts of the security sphere, such as physical security. A simple thing such as ensuring that somebody who's not supposed to be in a building doesn't get into that building, doesn't enter the building. Very simple things such as closing the door behind you. You'd be surprised how many people leave the door open, allowing other people to enter the office that shouldn't be there, and they can wreak havoc. Obviously, I'm not going to go through every single one of these because we'll be here all day. We've got a limited amount of time. But I cannot not mention passwords. Passwords. Everybody uses passwords. Everybody hates passwords, but they're necessary. We need them at the moment in the current world. Now, security awareness programs can teach users how to create passwords effectively. Because if we're going to use passwords within our enterprise, we want them to be used effectively. We don't want weak passwords. Weak passwords are crackable. And weak passwords are crackable for a fraction of the cost that they used to be crackable 10 years ago. Heck, yeah, a fraction of the cost they used to be 5 years ago even. So we want to teach them how to create effective passwords. And that's what the security awareness program can do. It can teach them this. Now, speaking of security awareness and the current climate, the COVID-19 pandemic, many people went from one day working at the office to the next day working from home. Security awareness program can teach people how to be secure at home, which in turn, because so many people are working from home, can have an impact on your business. Because people are more aware of how they can be more secure, which means that they are indirectly keeping your network secure. So think about that. Now, successful security strategy usually, when you're talking about strategy, you're usually going to mention process, people, technology. Those are the 3 main areas for most security strategies. If you have those 3 covered, you're relatively secure. Now, security awareness, we're mostly talking about the people part of this triad. and essentially they're all linked. So there's no use in spending millions of euros on technology and processes when your people aren't trained to protect your business. You're going to have a weak link in your chain. And obviously you want to hit that sweet central spot in that Venn diagram. That's what everybody wants. Everybody wants a balance of the three. And if you don't have security awareness, you're not going to have solid people protecting your environment. The current climate has shown the importance of security awareness even more. During the COVID-19 pandemic, a number of employees went from working at the office one day to being asked to work from home the next. This means that people were working from their home where they're not directly connected to the organization's network, and therefore the protection is lessened slightly, depending obviously on the organization and their technical capabilities and what they had in place at that point in time. During this time, phishing scams increased hugely. Just to put into context, in April 2020, Google was seeing 240 million COVID-related spam messages per day. 18 million of those were malware and phishing emails related directly to COVID-19, essentially containing links or attachments that allegedly contained information about the virus, but were actually malicious in nature. Now, general awareness of security, phishing, social attacks, and things like that increased also during this time, whereby a number of large corporations, service providers, government entities, and even the WHO were pushing for awareness of security and social attacks to be widespread. Unfortunately, there were a few companies, large corporations in fact, that were caught out due to lack of security awareness for their employees. Examples of these would be Marriott and Twitter, which both suffered quite large security incidents or breaches this year. Now, what can an SME do on an SME budget to implement security awareness? I'm going to go through three main ways that this can be done. Now, external training and consultancy, essentially bringing in an external consultant, to come in, review your current business practices, your organizational structure, and what the main pain points are for your business, and develop a security awareness training program for you. Develop it, implement it, give training to your employees, and even possibly implement policy that you need implemented. Now, there are many pros and cons to this. I mentioned a few, just the main ones. Obviously, the main pros is it's customizable. So this contractor most of them have extensive experience in implementing these programs. They're going to come in, they're going to create a training program just for your organization. They're going to create those policies, and policies are painful to create. Trust me, I've created many policies in my professional life, and they're not an easy thing to create. So they're going to create those for you. There's also optional regular follow-up for further training. So if you see that you forgot some things in past training, you want to include them, then you can bring the contractor in again. He'll create the customized training program for you again on those subjects you may have missed. Now, obviously, there are cons also. Contractors can be, well, they're not cheap. Let's put it that way. More often than not, a contractor is not on the cheap end of the scale, so you're going to have to fork out a bit more cash to get a contractor in. It's also, training might be a bit exhausting for your users because it's usually condensed. So you condense training into a few days because obviously you're paying this contractor for the work that he's doing. You don't want to take too much time out of your workers' work time, so you implement this training condensed over a few days. Another way of doing this, an easier way of doing this, is using a security awareness training platform that is online. Now, these are online training platforms which essentially allow your users to log in, look at videos, read policy, confirm that they read the policy and sign off on this policy, play games. There's security awareness related games that they can play on these. Now, all of these obviously vary with regards to what they offer, how much they cost. This is something that you as a business needs to do your research and see exactly which one makes the most sense for your organization. As you can see, there are many of them. These are just a few of them. There might be more, but these are the main ones that I've listed. And just to give you an idea of costings, These start from as little as $15 per user per year, and that's not a lot of money when you look at the grand scheme of things. Now, the third option is keeping it internal. So, there are two ways you can do this. You can either employ a security awareness officer or an information security officer, which would be even better because you are not just tackling security awareness, you're tackling information security as a whole. But I'm not going to go into that because we're mostly talking about security awareness here. A security awareness officer is somebody who specializes on security awareness training program. He or she is going to come in, create the program for the organization, run the program, and make sure that everything is kept up. They'll keep going with the program, implement new campaigns once a quarter, once a month, half yearly. That's up to you to decide. But it will all be kept internally. He or she will be a full-time, part-time employee. That's up to you. Different needs by different companies. But it's easier to manage because it's internal and it's constant. And people have somebody to look to ask questions. The same can be said for an information security specialist, such an information security officer. Now, there's also the ability to train one of your IT staff on security awareness and have them run the security awareness program part-time. I would not recommend this method because you are taking time away from IT staff who should be focusing on IT, and instead they're focusing on security awareness. But again, different organizations are different. The needs of one are not the needs of the other, and you have to see what works best. There are also a number of free resources available. Organizations such as Google offer tip sheets, which you can download online and send out to your employees. They're very concise. There isn't a lot of unnecessary detail. And there's also one of the top security training organizations in the world, SANS. They offer an entire security awareness planning toolkit. It's essentially something you can download off their site. It's completely free, and it provides you with a number of documents, posters, images, a number of different types of material which you can implement, you can send off to your employees depending on what message you're trying to convey. YouTube is another great source of security awareness media. There are lots of free to view videos. There are informational videos. There are scenario videos, which essentially involves a number of actors acting out a scenario. A short video, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, just to give an overview of a certain subject, such as passwords, phishing, you name it. There's almost any type of subject that discussed on different types of YouTube videos. There's also presentations such as TED Talks or other stuff like that, which are longer than a scenario-based video, but are also useful. That's it from me. I hope this presentation was useful to you. I hope the information provided was something that you can take with you back to the office for the implementation of a useful security awareness program within your organization. Should you wish to get in touch with me, you can find me on LinkedIn, Malcolm Portelli, and stay safe out there. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this session. We are going to be talking about how to build sustainable IoT using the 7 properties of highly secure devices. My name is Diana Kelly and I am the CTO and co-founder of Security Curve. So to get us started today, we're just going to touch a little bit on IoT in general, right? Like IoT, you hear it, everybody says IoT, what is the thing? There are so many things, there are billions of things. And IoT, quite simply, is really what we think about for how we interact with systems and smart devices that aren't For example, our phones, our smartphones, our laptops, or our tablets. And in fact, almost everything in the future is going to be a thing. You may have seen commercials, for example, where things are smart sensors that live next to or inside of trees. They're the water sensors that sense whether or not plants are getting enough moisture for them to grow in a healthy way. It's our refrigerators, for example. We've got smart refrigerators, smart televisions, smart microphones. So many things are smart in the future. And in fact, cars even are things. So for example, your car may well have more lines of code in it if it's a more modern car than many modern operating systems. So things are the smart devices that we interact with. And if you look at how many of these are going to be present by the year 2025, according to IDC research, it's about 41.6 billion things. That's a lot of things. So it's going to be really important that we make sure that these things are built securely, with security in mind. And that hasn't always been the case. For example, you may have heard of denial of service attacks that occurred with smart cameras, with cameras. And one of the reasons that this succeeded was that those cameras were launched and deployed with the same user ID and password to get into them. So every single camera from some manufacturers has a default username password, or even a hard-coded, not able to change username password. So this kind of information gets out on the internet, and attackers can take advantage of it to be able to get onto and access these things. So how we secure the things that drive our lives and drive our world is going to be really important going forward. And again, we haven't always thought about how to weave security into them. So a lot of what this talk is really addressing is some of the inherent risks that will be in things, Internet of Things, but things, devices, that haven't been built or manufactured with security in mind. And then some level setting on the best way to get security into your things, whether or not you're a manufacturer of things and need to think about what it is to build into your systems and devices to make sure that they're going to be robust and secure and reliable, or if you're a purchaser of things. And that both means from an enterprise view, because as an enterprise or as somebody who runs security or runs physical security or runs any kind of operations for an enterprise, you may be the person who's buying large amounts of things in order for your organization to do what they need to do. But all of us as consumers, we're also buying things because those things are smart things like cars, as I mentioned, and televisions, and our newer at-home devices are connecting to the internet and communicating. So this really matters to everybody, all the way from those who create the Internet of Things, the devices, to us as business people, to us as consumers. How much data is going to be distributed by these things going forward? Well, some estimates are about 79.4 zettabytes, and I suspect that's too big for most of us to even be able to comprehend as a number. That's just such a large number. So suffice it to say, a whole lot of information. But what's more interesting is the kinds of information that may be going back and forth through the things and how that information could impact our security. So for example, if you take something like a smart meter, you have information about your energy use. Now, your energy use at your home may or may not seem like it's something that could be related to security, but it could be. Things like the amount of energy use could indicate whether you're home or not, whether you're away on vacation, whether other people are in the house. So there's information that can be inferred from data, even as seemingly innocuous to many of us as the amount of data or the energy that's being consumed within a household. Now, that there's a spectrum, and going farther down the spectrum, some things will be communicating some really important information. For example, the medical devices that some people wear, like a pacemaker, for example, these are they can transmit information that's about your own state of health. Some of the things that we wear on ourselves, the wearables, the smartwatches, they indicate things like our blood pressure, and our heart rate. And that can tell people things about us, like how stressed we are or what kind of health we're in. And you may think again, well, does it really matter if people know if I'm healthy or not healthy? But consider if, for example, the CEO of an organization is wearing a smartwatch and it starts to indicate that the CEO is unhealthy because of an irregular heartbeat or because of high blood pressure, for example. So then suddenly this data, this health data, could become something that has to do with the financial stability of an organization. So as you start to think about the threat model and how we use these things, it's you start to go deeper and deeper into understanding that at first glance we may look at the things and the data that they're sharing as, does that security matter so much? But when you think about it more deeply, it really does matter. It matters quite a bit. And for some of these things that are being manufactured, having them have a lot of functionality and maybe robustness for their use case, for example, a camera that's going to be very resilient to cold weather, so that's part of its safety and thinking about how that gets built out. And that's a feature that people will pay for. Now, security isn't something that people always will pay for. We all want very secure devices, but a lot of times it can be hard as a manufacturer or as a vendor to convince the marketplace to actually pay for that security. And a way to actually get that money down, get that cost down to you as a builder of Internet of Things, is to think about the security model up front, because if you weave it into the entire process, it's going to be cheaper to implement it going forward. As a buyer, think very closely about what you want within your thing, whichever thing it is. Now remember, your security model is probably going to change for the different things and the different use cases that you bring into your organization or into your life. You probably want very robust testing, for example, on the software that controls the brakes in your car, because you want those to be very reliable. You may have a different security model for a temperature sensor within a washing machine, and then there's a whole different security model for a temperature sensor inside of a nuclear power plant, for example, that's monitoring the temperature of the core. So there's not just one size fits all model for everything. And again, we all wear different hats. So some of us may be the manufacturers of things as well as the consumers of the things. The other thing that's important about the thing about the things is looking at how much money is going to be spent. So $5.1 billion on Internet of Things devices is the estimate, again, by 2025. I think that actually might be a little bit low, quite frankly. I think we might be spending even more, but this is what the Grandview Research has out. And when you look at the security of that, making sure that the security of those devices is going to be really important to being successful with the financial side of building out an adoption of things. So let's get into some of the things that we need to think about when we're looking at IoT and we're thinking about the security for IoT. And at first I'm going to present to you 5 indisputable facts about IoT security. And this actually comes out of some research and work I did when I was at IBM a few years ago. And the motivation for me to work with some of the other experts at IBM on this was that I knew that IoT was becoming more and more critical for organizations, for companies, for, quite frankly, the world. And that there were some things that were the same, even though there's a spectrum of the use cases of the things and the users of the things, that IoT does have some aspects which are actually durable. And if we can understand the risk aspects that are durable across most IoT or all IoT devices, that really will help us to then build in the security that we need to protect them. So to get started with these facts, the first one is that we need to think about them working in hostile environments. And what that means is that we can't always control that there's going to be the right temperature or there's going to be the right protection for those devices. IoT runs all over. So I gave the example of a water sensor, for example, could be out in a field. So that may go through, high wind, high rain, very different degrees in temperatures, for example. You may also have that there could be birds or other kinds of animals that chewing on wires potentially, or chewing on the casing mechanism of that device. So you have to think about the hostile environment which in with the IoT is going to operate, because we can't always control the environment. And in fact, we don't always want to. It's not like with a laptop. Now with our laptop, we know we keep it out of the rain. We try and keep it in a controlled environment temperature wise, because it's in the same environment we are most of the time. But with IoT, we actually are creating and designing a lot of these devices to be out in the hostile environments. So it's really, really critical to understand and to build in a way to protect against those kinds of environmental threats. It also means that the network itself, you don't know what network that device is going over. Sometimes you have no control over it. It may be connecting to what's ever available for Wi-Fi, for example. So that's another part of that hostile environment. And a lot of IT organizations are already thinking about communicating over hostile networks, because we're looking at zero trust approaches. And this is a similar concept of looking at that it's a potentially hostile environment, but it's also on a potentially unknown or unmanaged network. So thinking about building in that security for IoT given that space. The next indisputable fact is that software security will degrade over time. And this is just the way that software works. We write the software, and if you've ever written software, you know nobody wants to launch code that's sloppy or that's not as robust and resilient as possible. But the reality is that over time, the security of that software will degrade. It's either because it doesn't have the same features and functionality that newer software does, or it could actually have security vulnerabilities that have been discovered within it. So over time, as you look at your software and as it goes out into the world and is used, there are aspects of it that can be improved upon, either from a feature function perspective or from a security perspective. And the longer that the IoT device remains in service, the more likely it is that you're going to need at some point a software upgrade or a software patch. So again, thinking about our laptops and our phones and our tablets, we're very used to having auto updates get to all of these devices, but it's because they're most of the time always on and connected. Now, IoT devices are on and connected, but has a patch solution or an update solution been built in? And this is a really important aspect to think about, because again, that software will degrade over time, i.e. it will be aged out. So you're going to want to update it, or at least have the ability to update it, especially in security, when security issues arise. So another really important fact about IoT. The third fact about IoT devices is that shared secrets do not remain secret. I had discussed about a denial of service attack where, by knowing the hard-coded user ID and password or access user credentials to get into the IoT device, actually has been the way that some attackers have used to launch giant denial of service attacks, or DDoS tsunamis. Sorry. So, and that's in part because, again, shared secrets are not necessarily going to stay secret. So if you launch out a number of cameras that all have the same username, password, the same login credentials, this information will get known and it will get shared on the internet. That's just kind of how this goes. So attackers are then going to be able to get into any of those systems. So this brings up two really important points to think about. One is manufacturers should not be reusing the same login credentials across every device. If every camera has the same login credentials, again, just one time that it gets out, now all of those cameras have been compromised. So you really, as a manufacturer, want to be very careful to have a randomized password at the very least, or even randomized total credentials. So both the ID to log in as well as the password or passcode to get into that system. The other thing is that as consumers, you also want to make sure that your manufacturers are doing some sort of randomized logins, and that there's the ability to change those on your end so that you can configure them. Maybe it comes with the default, and then you have to go when it boots up, or when you configure it for the first time, that you are able to change that information, the user ID and the password. Another of the facts is that weak configurations will persist. And this touches a little bit on what I was talking about with that default user ID password. Because if you send out a configuration that's weak to begin with, there's the chance that it will persist and maintain. So if you have a default user ID password that's the same on everything, every camera or every television, and you warn people that they need to change it, but you don't force them to change that information, then what's very likely in a lot of the deployments is that people aren't going to change it because it's a weak configuration. Most of us, we don't want to spend a lot of time sitting there and configuring different devices and thinking about, oh, I have to, now I have to change this aspect, or I have to change this switch or this password. We kind of just want our things to work. So if you deploy out weak configurations, it's very likely that they will persist throughout the deployment. And I've seen this in things like building automation systems, where again, passwords are all set to the same exact one. And maybe we'll have some admin come in and say, well, we're just going to do for now, so we'll change the passwords because we know we have to, but we're going to do it against a very specific pattern. And then maybe later we'll go back and make those stronger. And you know what? It never gets stronger. Or we're going to deploy this out in a slightly weaker mode while we're doing testing. And then the plan is that when the testing is over, that you sort of step up the security in the configuration. But the reality most of the time is that those weak configurations persist and you don't do that step up. So it's, again, really important to think about what you're going to do for security for your IoT as you're deploying it, not deploy out with a weak configuration while you're doing testing. Deploy it out with the very strongest configurations that you possibly can. And then the fifth indisputable fact is that as data accumulates, exposures will increase. So the more data that you're collecting, the more likely that you're going to find different risks associated with that data. So that goes back to the zettabytes of data that we were talking about at the beginning that are going to be transferred and communicated between Internet of Things devices. So this is where we really need to think about privacy and about proper use to make sure that the data itself is going to be used in a responsible way and not in a get back to the specific person way. So one thing that a lot of us are really aware of now is that our phones are tracking our locations most of the time. Now this can be a great thing for security. If you get trapped somewhere, say you're in an accident, or if you're using your phone and you happen to be in a high risk kind of a job, like you work in a mine, for example, you may be out doing tracking in the wilderness, then having GPS be able to find you and locate you, this is something that can be very, very good for security. But the other side, the flip side of GPS, as a lot of us know, is that means that a lot of different entities may have information about our location at any given time. And when we're not lost, we may not want to have that GPS information on us at all times through a bunch of different providers. Or maybe we feel very comfortable with our phone provider knowing that, but we don't necessarily want the company that makes our fitness tracker to know where we are at all times. So just a couple of examples of the data is going to continue to accumulate with these devices, and we do have to think about how that increases exposure or information or knowledge towards what a user is doing. So how do we turn this? How do we take these facts about IoT and turn them into something that really powers us by using science to create sustainability and repeatability and build security and privacy into our IoT devices so that we can have them functioning as needed, delivering all the great promise that IoT has for the world, but also being secure and also protecting the privacy as people want them. And for that, I'm going to something called the 7 Properties of Highly Secure Devices. It's a white paper that came out of Microsoft Research Next Operating Systems Technology Group, written by Galen Hunt and George Leete and Edmund Nightingale. So I'm going to go through these 7 properties that they have, through their research, have found will be the most important things to ensuring that we're creating sustainable, reusable, secure, and privacy-aware devices. And the first property that you're going to need in those IoT devices is a hardware-based root of trust. And this is it's a really important starting point. It's the original building block to make sure that you've got cryptographic keys that are not forgeable, that are within the hardware. So there's no mutability in them, they can't be forged, and they are retained securely within the hardware. And that gives you this whole wonderful basis for beginning to create trust throughout the entire thing, the device, the operating system that's running on it. And then also making sure that with physical countermeasures, the device itself isn't going to be at risk of side channel attacks. So some of the questions that you would ask if you were creating a hardware-based root of trust for your IoT is, does this thing that you're building out or that you're buying to implement within your company or to use personally, does it have that unforgeable identity that's separate from the hardware and the software? So the unforgeable identity is in the hardware, it can't be separated. And that's different from the software. So the software can't go in because it's in the hardware, the software can't change it. So making sure that you start with this really robust, it's your base, it's the form on which you're going to build all of the trust within the device. So you want a hardware-based root of trust. Something else to think about that hardware-based root of trust is that this starts to touch on the importance of supply chain security in the IoT lifecycle. Because where you get that hardware is going to matter quite a bit, because you want to know that you trust the manufacturer, you trust the entire process for the hardware, for example, the MCU, the microcontroller unit within your IoT device. And also you want to make sure that that cryptographic key was generated properly, that it's stored securely, that it is protected by the hardware. So think of that hardware-based root of trust as your strong foundation for the IoT device, the rest of the functionality that you're building on top. The second property is looking at a small trusted computing base. So these private keys are going to be stored in the hardware protected vault. They are inaccessible to the software, and that gives you a layer of protection between the two, between the hardware and the software. So when you look at the device itself, one of the questions to ask is the software outside of the device's protected and trusted computing base, so that you know you've got a protected, secure area, and then the software is running on top of that. If the hardware isn't protected and secure and trusted, then you can't really trust the software that's running on top of it. I talked to somebody once who was saying he didn't trust the hardware in his laptop because he thought it was all, crazy, and he didn't trust the vendor, but he had a secure area of software on top of the laptop, which is not really the way that it works. If you can't trust the hardware, then the software that's running on top of it is at risk. Now, you could have untrusted software that runs on top of a very secure baseline of hardware for your computing base, but you can't go in the other direction. So a really important thing to remember is that you want that hardware-based root of trust, and then you want the small trusted computing base, and you want to have separation between the hardware and the software, with the hardware being very trusted. The next property for your IoT is to look at defense in depth. And if you're in security, which you probably are because you're here at this conference, this is something that feels very, very comfortable for you and makes a lot of sense. And it's just something we need to think about again in IoT, where we've got the hardware of the device itself, we've got the software running on top of the device, and then we also have whatever management and control we have of the device in the long term. So with that defense in depth, it means as you've looked at that threat model for IoT, and there's sort of some ideas for what you can do and build into your threat model in those 5 indisputable facts that I shared. But of course, you're going to want to, for your uses, you're going to want to do a much more complex and very specific to your organization, to your need threat model. And then as you create those threat models, start thinking about the mitigations that you can keep for each of those threat models against each of the kinds of attacks, and then what kind of countermeasures can be put in place. So an example, going back to the five indisputable facts, is that one of the threats is that software tends to degrade over time, either for functionality or security or both. So what would counteract that? Well, one way to counteract that is that you have a way to update the software that's running on the device. And you can do that with something like you can build in solutions so that you can update the software. And if you wanted to have defense in depth, you could build in a couple of different ways that you can update the software. One would be OTA, or over the air. So making sure that that device, if you want to update it, it can be updated over the air. But maybe that device can't get to the air, right? It can't get to the RF, for example, the radio network. So another option would be, how would you create defense in depth for updating the software? You would allow for another mechanism for software updates if over the air fails, and that one could be like a USB. You attach a USB and you can do the update that way. So some other things for defense in depth, thinking physically, you may have that if the mechanism gets wet, for example, rather than failing open or having it degrade slowly over time, if there's one, you could have a moisture sensor within the thing, and if that moisture sensor identifies that there's a problem, it could just it could send an alert, for example, and then shut down operations or do something else that you feel that has been deemed, right? Because it depends on each use case, that has been deemed acceptable for that thing to do. So thinking about the different threat models and then building in solutions and security that are defensible in depth. So you may have multiple mitigations for the attacks. The next really important property for secure things is compartmentalization. Back to hardware, looking at the hardware enforced barrier between the software components, but not just so that you can't get, so that you've got that nice trusted computing base, but to go even beyond that to make sure that you've got components or compartmentalization potentially within the thing so that you can't have a breach or an attack or going and propagating from one to another. So that can be from one device to another, or it could be in more complex IoT devices, like cars, for example. It could be from one portion of the network or the OT environment or the CAN within the car to another. So again, it depends on the thing we're talking about and the use case, but that this property is going to be the same, which is making sure that you've got some sort of compartmentalization or segmentation either between things or between operations within the thing itself, so that if there was one breach, it doesn't necessarily propagate through. And the question you'd ask yourself in that, and especially like in a car, for example, does a failure of one component of the device require a reboot of the entire device? Now, in simple things, that might not be that bad, but in more complex things like a car, you wouldn't want to have to necessarily, if there was a problem with the back tail light, you probably wouldn't, and you're on the highway, that's okay. You can get that fixed. You'd want to be alerted to it and get it fixed as soon as possible. But it would be a bit of a pain to have to stop the car and restart it again, just because one of the components failed out. So the compartmentalization is really important. And that's making me think of the fact that we've had to reboot our dishwasher a few times in the past couple of weeks. And just thinking about how weird it is that you have to reboot your dishwasher now. But anyway, so the next important property for your IoT is certificate-based authentication. So that means a signed certificate that is proven by unforgeable cryptographic keys. So what was our foundation? It's that hardware root of trust. And here it's coming back as very important for that foundation. And proving that the device, proving the device identity and the authenticity. Because if we're looking at things, for example, like over-the-air updates, then you'd want to know which device is coming in and that it's a trusted device, and that you know that that device is one of your devices and you want to send the update to them. You also, for things like the user purposes, these are becoming more and more useful as additional aspects of authentication, where the thing now, it can't go in, it can't type a password per se, but part of its being able to be authenticated is using this unforgeable cryptographic key as part of its certificate to say, this is who I am, you can trust me. So you get mutual authentication on both sides, between the thing and on your side, the workload or the database that it's interacting with, or whatever system it's going to be interacting with. So how would you ask your vendors if they're doing this? You just say, hey, is this device using certificates rather than passwords for authentication? And the other thing that's nice about using certificate-based authentication is that you don't get those hard-coded passwords, which, as we have seen in the past, can really lead to a security breach. For the sustainability and the renewable security property, this means that you can take it forward to a secure state and then revoke comprised assets for known vulnerabilities or security breaches. So as that security can be renewed, it can be changed, it can be patched, it could be updated, and you can take this system, forward as for security. And if there's a problem, if you've got a breach on that system, if for any reason it's starting to malfunction, there's the way to actually bring it back. And if it's been compromised, so you want it. So the big question here goes back to that over the air or to some other way to update, and back to the fact that over time, where the software will degrade, what is the software update? Can it be done automatically, and can it be done in a number of different ways just in case one of them fails? And will you get a warning if it can't be updated? So patching, we know how important this is in modern software and modern technology and complex systems. It's really important for your IoT too. So renewable security, one of your important properties. And then the last property of the 7 to think about is failure reporting. What if something goes wrong? Are you able, if there's a software failure, even if there's a hardware failure, if there's a sense of that there's an attacker that's doing reconnaissance work or sometimes how probing or trying to tamper, or maybe it's not, and maybe it's not an attacker like a nation state attacker, maybe it's an attacker like a raccoon in a tree that thinks that this device might be, delicious to gnaw on, but it's compromising the overall security and integrity of that system. So if there is, so essentially as you send the IoT out into the world, is there a mechanism for that device to be able to say, there's something wrong, I'm having a malfunction, there seems to be something going on that's under attack, and can it report that information up to some kind of a cloud-based failure system so that the people who are monitoring those IoT devices are able to go investigate if there's a quadrant or a sector that's being monitored by the devices that's starting to report in, that they can say, all right, we think that there's something happening in that area. Let's go investigate. Let's improve the security of those devices. And let's also, make sure that we fixed whatever problem is occurring right now. Because again, if you don't know there's a problem, how can you fix it? And you may be trusting the information that's coming off of these systems. And it depending on what those systems are doing, it can be increasingly impactful to an organization. If you're a coffee manufacturer, you want to make sure that you've got the right temperature on your machines that are making the coffee, that you're grinding the coffee in the proper manner, that you're tracking maybe how much coffee you have. So you may be thinking, well, but it's coffee. But if you're a coffee company that sells coffee for a living, it's your profits. If you're a manufacturing organization and you've got a sensor that tells you how much of a particular widget that you need to build out your flagship product, and that sensor is wrong, then you could stop the entire production of that product line, and that can have significant impact. We in the United States, I think it may be global, but I only know for a fact that this is what happened in the US, but we had a lot of shortages at the beginning of the pandemic because people were going in and buying a lot more of a particular kind of product, whether it was hand sanitizer or toilet paper than they normally do, or yeast. Yeast was a big one because everybody was making bread. And the problem wasn't that there wasn't enough yeast in the world, or even that there wasn't enough hand sanitizer to be made. For a lot of the reasons that a lot of the stores, the reasons that there were spaces on the shelves was because the packets, for example, that the yeast goes to, it was the supplies for the packaging that were lost. So when you think about the widgets and sensors and how it can impact, it really can. Just not having the right screw can mean maybe you can't make a car, or you can't build a new window, or you can't build something else that's really critical to an organization. So a lot. You really, as we rely on these IoT devices to run our worlds, at least to help us run our world better, we also have to give them a way to report out if they're failing or not operating as expected. So ask the manufacturer, is it going to report failure? If so, to where? And is there sort of a state of health? Like if it doesn't check in and report, that's also seen as a failure. And if you're a manufacturer, think about building this in. So looking, forward out. So I gave you two different views: the indisputable facts from IBM, the 7 properties from Microsoft. But looking, out to the rest of the world as we're looking at IoT and IoT adoption, I wanted to bring something up to everybody about the Industrial Internet Consortium. And it's a consortium of a number of different vendors and companies coming together to try and look at how we can create a maturity model for IoT security, and they're calling it the SMM, the Security Maturity Model. And here's the model. You can take a look at it. They're looking across 3 different top-level dimensions for security maturity: governance, enablement, and hardening. So as you're talking to your vendors about the kind of solutions that they're building in for their IoT security, if asking them, are they creating sustainable long-term IoT devices that have a really strong hardware root of trust, that do report into their failure, that have defense in depth. Also talk to them about whether or not they've looked at the IoT security maturity model and what they're doing across these domains of governance, enablement, and hardening to ensure that they're delivering out on these promises of security for IoT. And as you can see on the right side, when you get into the practice, a number of things that I've been talking about, like the importance of threat modeling, your program management, physical protection, patch management, these are all practices that come through the IoT security model. So this is just taking what I had talked about from IBM and from Microsoft, bringing into this Internet Consortium IoT security model. So I strongly recommend that you take a look at that if you're interested in IoT security, and also follow the work that they're doing, because it's some great work, and we really do need, as a world, we need to have some people thinking very seriously about IoT security in the long term, and definitely about looking ahead at the renewability of IoT devices, making sure that they're segmented, that they're trusted, and that they're robust and resilient, so that as we start to use them more and more to run our lives and to make our lives better, that we know that we can do that in a secure, sustainable, and privacy-aware way. So I want to thank you very much for your time today. I hope that you're having a great time at the conference, and I really appreciate your time listening to this talk, and I hope that if you're interested in learning more, that you'll take a look at some of the resources that I have discussed today. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Hello and welcome to my session on how to spend all your money and still get hacked. Now, we all know there are thousands of security vendors selling software, selling solutions, selling systems on protecting from hackers, selling intrusion prevention systems, SIEM solutions, antivirus solutions, anti-malware solutions, all kinds of appliances and magical boxes. I like to call them snake oil because they rarely deliver on what they promise. I've seen companies spending $1 million a year on specific solutions sold by a single vendor, which fail after a year and there's no refund. Now, this session is going to debunk some myths on the usefulness of such expensive products and solutions. And we are going to talk about some things that we can do to protect ourselves and to protect our organizations without spending all our money and still getting hacked. The approach that I'm going to talk about is avoiding buying everything, buying all the tools that you want, and hoping that the tools you bought will protect you, because that's not how it works. A few words about me. My name's Alexander Sverdlov, as you can see. I've spoken at the largest security conferences in Russia 3 times in a row, and then at the CISO conferences again in Moscow 2 times in a row. I wrote 2 cybersecurity books. I worked at the largest companies in the world in their security teams, and I've been an external security consultant to the United Arab Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation. I've also been an investigator and part of the incident response team in one of the telecoms in the United Arab Emirates. And now I run my own company, which has clients all over the world. You can follow me on Twitter if you want, but I don't tweet that much. I spend more time on LinkedIn. This painting, I commissioned it with an abstract artist a few years ago. And I asked the artist to describe the perfect network, the perfect security defense for a network. And we worked with that artist for a long time before this painting was at the standard that I wanted it to be at. Now, as you can see, the large cubes I wanted to represent servers, and the small cubes I wanted to represent endpoints, be it smartphones, desktop, laptops, whatever. In the perfect defense, there is no perimeter defense. And I wrote about it in my book in 2016 or 15, I forgot now. And at the time, the zero trust security concept was just starting up. And the zero trust security concept puts the focus of your defenses not on your perimeter defenses, which are imaginary from a hacker's point of view, but at your endpoints, because that's where most breaches occur. That's where the initial point of entry usually occurs. And if your initial point of entry in a breach happens at an endpoint, how did the firewall function at the time? It was obviously very easily bypassed. And in a perfectly protected network, although there is no perfect security, but there is optimal security. So let's say in an optimally protected network, those brown cubes that you see on the screen are the infected machines, the infected endpoints. And the infected endpoints get isolated, no longer connected to anything in the network. And the rest of the network can operate just as before, while the incident responders can perform all the actions needed on those compromised machines. When you ask your executives for a budget for security solutions, that's how your executives look at you. That's how they see you. It might not be how you see yourself. You might see yourself as a knight in shining armor, but that's how your executives look at you when you start asking for money to buy security solutions. And that's how your reasons usually look like. But you certainly feel like, yeah, we are going to buy this solution and it's going to make us secure. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Because all those keywords that you see are imaginary from the hacker's point of view. An antivirus can be bypassed incredibly easily. There are malware as a service, uh, underground criminal services, where a malware author can sign up and they can get a new piece of malware, new encoded version every day, which is guaranteed by the SLA of the criminal service to be not detectable by the antivirus solutions on this day. Every day they get a new version, and as a result, we can scratch antivirus out of the screen, out of this picture. The SIEM solution, security monitoring solution that you have and that you plan to buy maybe, or most likely you already have it. The problem with that is people buy it before they take care of their logs. And I'll give you an example. A server, let's say a domain controller, for example, generates hundreds, if not more, megabytes of log data per day in a busy organization. How many of those events are actually useful to you? What if, and that's usually how it is, what if 70% of those log events are meaningless in a security investigation? For example, in some security misconfigurations, every single packet arriving at the firewall of the machine gets logged. And this is meaningless information because you cannot investigate such a log. It's very difficult. The useful events are the ones which deliver value. Have you optimized your logs at the sources of the logs before you start shipping them to the SIEM solution? Because it might turn out that you're shipping a lot of garbage, and when an investigation has to happen, you have filled your log storage with garbage and you've missed the important events due to that. The same applies to intrusion detection, intrusion prevention systems, DLP systems. There are a lot of research articles saying that DLP solutions are mostly useful for political reasons, not for practical reasons. For a DLP solution to become useful in a practical situation, it has to be configured properly. And that configuration takes a team of experts over a long period of time. At one of my clients, whom I am unable to mention, they sat me down, they purchased the most expensive DLP solution on the global market. And they asked me, Alex, can you bypass this? And within a few hours, I was able to generate 20 bypasses for this DLP system. They were shocked because some of the bypasses I came up with, and again, I came up with those bypasses. They weren't Googled by me. I didn't research them on the internet. Were not solvable by the DLP vendor. Many security experts, many hackers know how to bypass DLP, and many advanced users as well. So all of these security solutions that you see on the screen are effective only after a lot of work. They're not effective by default. And when you combine all of them, because you can't just go with an antivirus, you need a monitoring solution, you need an intrusion prevention solution, you need anti-spam. Of course, you need all of those. When you combine them, it turns out that you need to spend maybe $100 per user per month or more, which for a few thousand users comes up to a significant amount of money per month. Unfortunately, your cybersecurity budget usually ends up like this. And you can't afford to buy anything and everything that you like and everything that gets advertised to you by security vendors. You can only afford the bare minimum, usually. And when you can afford only the bare minimum, You have to learn to defend yourself before you learn to configure all these solutions. And that's what this session is about. Because as you can see on this screen, all the brands, all the companies on this screen were hacked at some point in time. There is a chance that your company was hacked without you knowing, but if those big brands were hacked and they had a security team, and their security team most likely was hundreds of times larger than your security team, or dozens of times larger, dozens of times more well funded, then what's your chance? I believe that the companies that you see and the companies who have suffered a breach did something wrong in the basics. And as you can see in the Equifax data breach timeline, the vulnerability in the product which was exposed in February 2017 was known months before it got exploited. The patch was released in March, and only in the middle of May did the breach happen. What does that mean? That means that Equifax had a very big problem in their security operations. If they had vulnerable systems for months, and a vulnerability which was obviously critical in order to be exploited remotely. And patching is a function which is the most basic function in a security maturity of the organization. They might have had all the products that I mentioned earlier. They surely had a DLP, they surely had a next-gen firewall, they surely had a SIEM solution, but the basics, they missed the basics. They spent all their money, all their security budget on all kinds of solutions. Like, all right, this year we have $500,000 or 2 million euro for security. Let's spend it. And they invite all kinds of vendors. They spend all their money on security and they still get hacked. Why? Because they didn't take care of the basics. Now, what are the basics? And I believe you need to learn to do before you start buying. You need to learn doing patching before you start buying security solutions. And please, if there's one thing you need to remember out of this whole talk, fix your patching processes and speed them up. Come up with a DevOps practice, DevSecOps practice, where you have continuous patching process rather than patching once a month or 2 times a month at a specified day. Have continuous patching. Struggle and spend efforts on being able to patch very quickly after a patch is released. And also, I would advise you to look at ways to mitigate vulnerabilities before a patch is released. As soon as the vulnerability gets known. Now, I believe, and not just me, a lot of security experts believe that you should take care of the basics first. And the basics are the basic cyber hygiene. Now, the CMMC, which is a US model of maturity levels, mentions some keywords here which are vague. They're vague. What is basic cyber hygiene? What is intermediate cyber hygiene? It's all, it sounds well, it sounds sellable, but how do you do basic cyber hygiene? Fortunately, the CMMC has Excel spreadsheets where all of this is described. They have very good PDF documents where all of this is described in detail. And the first level, the basic cyber hygiene, has just 17 practices, and it's incredibly easy to achieve. Now, incredibly easy is difficult for some organizations, and it's easy for others, but in the grand scheme of things, it's incredibly easy. Now, this picture here is a little bit more descriptive. I believe that device hardening should be your first priority, like hardening your office package, office suite, hardening your browsers, hardening your third-party applications, then hardening the operating system, your network devices, and then hardening your servers. And after you do the hardening, then you start thinking about buying an antivirus, because as I described, antivirus solutions are incredibly easy to bypass and incredibly easy to just ignore by hackers. Only then you move on to configuring network defenses and perimeter defenses. As I described, perimeter defenses are very ineffective in breaches. All of those companies here, they had a perimeter defense, they had a firewall, and obviously it didn't work out for them well. So why should you focus on that? Yeah, it's part of the basics. You should have it, but it's not going to save you in a cyber attack. So what's going to save you if you struggle to achieve cybersecurity mastery? And cybersecurity mastery is achieved by practice and learning. Level 1 of the CMMC maturity model describes physical access operations and maintenance, documentation, and system access protection. And the most important elements here are in the operations and maintenance section. And it's about how well you manage your logs, how well you manage your system hardening. And the last item that you should take care of, although you should definitely take care of it, is documentation and knowledge sharing. If you don't document your processes, if you don't have a procedure or a checklist for installing each workstation, each server, each third-party application, if you don't have the security checklist, the security hardening checklist, then you're going to miss things. And those missed items are likely to be used in a breach later on. The US Department of Defense has come up with a security technical implementation guides, which are called STIGs in short. And as you can see on the screen, they have come up with STIGs for almost every piece of software that is used in today's organizations. Just go and check them out and start applying them in your infrastructure. That's how you avoid spending money and still getting hacked. Because if you do this first and you spend money second, then you have a chance at surviving a breach. And there are GPOs that you can apply directly at the Active Directory level of whatever organizational unit you're applying them on. And you can test this quite easily with test machines and see what breaks or doesn't, change the settings appropriately. But this is a fast and efficient way to harden your network. And the second thing that I wanted to talk about before my time runs out is password management. Because password management, credential management, and access management is critical. I've seen companies, software development companies, developing core banking applications where the software development company developing the core banking application stores all access passwords for developers, QA, and others in clear text where everyone can see them. And there is no track of who has used the password for what. And then they develop this system ship it to all kinds of banks, and the banks run a pen test, everything, but they forget the fact that someone might already have all the service passwords for everything by hacking into this software development organization. So in your organization, are you using password managers? Because if we go back to this slide of security solutions, if you're not managing passwords and access properly, all of these solutions will fail. You can spend millions of dollars per year and you will still fail if you don't harden your systems and if you don't manage your credentials well. If your users are creating passwords such as password 123 with with a @ sign instead of the A and a $sign instead of the S and a capital letter for P, which is what most users do, then a breach is either already there or it's about to happen in your organization. If your users don't generate their passwords randomly in a password manager, generating random strings, they are creating easy to guess passwords. As easy as that. And if you don't do this simple practice, and this simple practice of hardening your systems and managing access, you're going to get hacked very, very, very easily. Now, everything that I talked about, the system hardening, credential management, maturity levels for the various maturity levels, you can achieve probably 80% of those without spending a single dollar on a commercial solution. You can do that. You can harden your systems for free. You can enable proper credential management for free because KeePass, as on the screen, is free. And not a single dollar was spent on any products in any of my suggestions today. And I would like to leave you with this slide, which is saying, keep it simple, stupid, right? Keep calm and kiss. So keep it simple, focus on the basics, and start buying solutions at least when you reach the first level of maturity in the CMMC maturity model.
Hello guys, I'm so glad to be here, and today we're gonna talk about dissecting and comparing binaries to analysis when we talking about the malware analysis, right? My name is Felipe Pires and this is my contact in the Twitter, GitHub and Medium. I use a lot the LinkedIn profile, not profile actually, in social medias. If you have any doubts or any questions, please, this is my contact and I am available to talk to you, right? So some information about me. I have been working in a hacker security as a global research manager, right? This is the Brazilian company. I am a founder. This course is about malware analysis fundamentals. And now, not now, I started to work in this company, Zoop Innovation. I am responsible to Zoop Security Labs. I am a research and security manager as well. I'm responsible to provide many research in antivirals and many different sensors of security products, right? And this is a Brazilian company as well. And this is like a software house responsible to create a software apps and applications, and as you can imagine, the kind of softwares and apps, right? So here's some papers, or not papers, in this case it's article that I was wrote. I published it in a Pentesting magazine, a Forensic magazine, and the Cybersecurity Hub as well. This is not my idea here is not to hack the NSA or FBI or Microsoft. My idea when I published this kind of articles is to provide some basis, So my idea is to talk about the basis, what the fundamentals. It's important when you talk about the security products or malware analysis or maybe threat hunting or maybe pen testing. So we need to know about the basis. During our conversation now, I will explain more about this, right? So here are not another papers that I was wrote, right? And you can read in my social medias or this magazine as well, right? So the first step that we need to do when you talk about the malware analysis is to identify, right? This step is called identification, right? Because we have the artifact. We don't know if the artifact is malicious or not. We need to understand if this malicious or this artifact actually is malware, software malicious, or maldoc, document malicious, right? This is the first and very important part, right? After that, you can choose what the kind of analysis you will choose, if you use static analysis or dynamic analysis, right? After that, after you realize or you executed it, you can prepare a report, right? Actually, this kind of step, it's very important because you need to present it to your manager, your tech lead, your coordinator, maybe, and you can prepare many these informations that you analyzed before, right? After that, you can improve your security defenses mechanism, right? This is the main point here, because, for example, if you try to explore any antivirus in your environment, right? Maybe you can try explore many DLL injections. You can try using another different malware, or maybe using some exploits to try explore your antivirus solutions. This is a very interesting point. You can present this to your manager or your tech lead, and when you find any for example, vulnerability, maybe bugs, maybe I don't know, failures in your softwares, in your security software, for example, you can improve, you can adjust many settings inside your platform, right? And after that, you can prepare the beautiful word as known like cyber threat intelligence, or CTI, right? You can build it. You can build this kind of intelligence in your company. I know maybe you don't have a big company, you have a small company, but you can work with, for example, IOCs, indicator of compromise, or maybe you can work with maybe EOA or EOA. It's like an indicator of attack, and you can build it, right? This is the main point when we talk about the malware analysis, because when you mention malware analysis, maybe the people that was watching me now maybe are thinking, for example, okay, if I have this kind of knowledge, maybe I can work in a SOC or maybe in a support, but you can receive this kind of knowledge and you can improve it. You can work, for example, at threat hunting or threat hunter, at a person that realize or execute this kind of work, right? Or you can maybe do this research as me, for example, because I am creating this in my company now, in HackerSec and Zoop Innovation as well. And my idea is to put this kind of professional guy, this is the malware hunter, in a top of the tower, right? The idea is to put in the research guy in the top of the tower. This is my idea, because when you talk, for example, with many companies in the world, for example, this kind of person or this is a skill it's not clear if this guy's working with a SOC, with a SASAR, for example, in CSIRT, or maybe in a support team, or maybe in a red team or blue team. You know, it's maybe a confusion in many companies. So this is my idea to put in the top of tower, because this guy have a defensive, you know, essence, but the mind, it's totally offensive. That's my idea, right? And after that, you can create the strengthening, yes, your cyber resilience, because the threats are changing all the time, right? This is maybe not a life cycle of the malware analysis, but it's one suggestion, right? It's one idea, you know. That's my suggestion for you, right? So the first step is static analysis. It's very simple. Usually this is the first step used by malware analysts, yes, because this is usually, it's described of the process of the some programs, maybe the structure, or maybe what the function is called by any DLL, or maybe called by any a library. For example, if you are analyzing, for example, a Unix platform, right? And usually this program itself, it doesn't run at this time, right? Because of course it's depending of the program that you can, for example, use in your analysis, but usually it's more safe, right? Because it's not 100% safe, but usually it's more safe because you not put in real time, right? The analysis, it's not in real time. That's a simple point here when you talk about the statistic analysis, right? The second step is dynamic analysis, just to explain for everyone that was watching now, right? The dynamic analysis is based as just in behavior, right? Basically, it's the interactions that the malware has with the files inside the system's operation, or maybe what the document, maybe this file can call it. But usually you put in this sample inside of the virtual machine, one environment controlled, right? You run the sample inside this environment and you can analyze this behavior, right? So usually you can automatize at many this kind of analysis, right? Because you can, today you have many websites with antivirus engines to try execute your suspicious files, right? And you can use as well another concept called sandbox. This is basically it's a controlled environment that you can put your sample inside this product. For example, you can run and you can look in all DLLs, and many informations are called. But the big point, the very important thing here is, okay, I put my sample inside this sandbox, but what the response, what the answer are receiving in report, I can understand what the DLL are called, because I understand very well in low level, in the kernel level or the user level. I can understand this because, I have the automatization tool, but I need to interpreter. I need to not translate, but you need to understand what this report is talking, That's very important thing. Because of this, that's my mission now here, to try explain some basis for you, right? So, okay. So here I have a demo I will show in my machine, by the way. Okay. So I will try put here, I will pray to the lords of demo to try. Let me check here. I have here some samples, right? I have, by the way, here file Linux 32. Yes, this is a simple executable file, right? So if I check here another in a machine, let me check here what I have here. A simple file. Okay, let me check here. If I use file command, I can find here in this case, it's a portable executable from Windows, from Microsoft, right? So you have different files here to understand if it's malicious or not. Let me check here. I have another different here. Let me check here. I have a bill. Let me check here. Bill file. Bill. This is a PDF file, right? It's a PDF file. Okay. So, but here I would like to try explain about the basis, right? Because we're gonna talk about file command, right? I don't know if you read something about this, but what means file in this case? File determining file type. I know, Philip, but how this kind of tools or this tool in this case works? That's a simple and very important point, right? Because when you put this command inside your machine, this file or this tool actually will run or run in your environment, and you show some answer right in the screen. But how this tools works, that's important, because if you read here, you can read here. The magic tests are used to check for files each data in particular fixed format. Maybe you are thinking now, and maybe I know Felipe is show me about the main of files, but here you can understand something, because here you can understand those format is defined in elf.h. So maybe here we have interesting information. If you for example, if you check here, for example, if I put here, for example, no, let me. Oh yes, I will open. Okay, so here you can, if you see here this information, right, that I was received here in the month from file, you can read here. This file defines the standard ELF types, structure, and macros, right? And here below you can read another information about the structure, because here in the beginning you can read here the ELF files header. This appears at the start of every ELF file, right? You have here 16 bytes, the first array of the name identity, and you have the magic number and others information. So we have here, for example, the magic number. So what means this in this case, magic number? Here you have the key, right? So these files have a magic number stored in particular place near the beginning of the file that tells the Unix operation systems, right? So what this means in this case, it's very simple. The file command has a database responsible to provide all this information, to find all those magic number in the beginning of the file, right? So here, I will show you now here, for example, I have here the, I downloaded this file code to look inside this, to show you this information, right? So here you can read many informations here of this kind of database. For example, if you, read the information of JavaScript, in this case here, okay? So JavaScript, let me show you for you here. JavaScript, we have here many informations in the beginning of the file. In this case is the magic number of the file. You have many rules here that you could use, that basically this file command used to identify the file in this case, if it's executable or not, right? So let me show you some example now here. I will create this file, the name malware.txt or text, right? Is it malicious? Is it malicious? Let me write here. Okay, this is a simple question. I will read this information. In this case, perfect. Let me use file command here. It's really text file, right? Perfect. So, for example, if I manipulate the magic number information here, let me manipulate here. I will put some string here that I know what this information means. I will change here, and I use the file again, .text, .text, and let me check here and here, looking this incredible information. Now we have a Python script. In this case, is an executable file, right? So if it's executable, I can call maybe Python. What do you think about it? So I can call on not Python text in this case. Text, because it's Python, right? Let me read again this file. Yes, but we have a problem. Maybe you can think about it some, but the extension here is different, right? Just let me, because I have another Python here in the other presentations. I will. Okay, so I have here. Yes, okay. So let me change now here malware. Let me move malware text to the malware.py, right? So here we gonna py. So in this case we can run now just py. Maybe you need to have the authorization, the privilege to execute this kind of information. Maybe let me change here. Okay, so now let's Python again. And let's check, is the same error. Why did this happen? Because it's not a script Python, right? If you, for example, you can manipulate again this information here. It's very interesting point. Another again, let me move again and percent PDF trust maybe slash dash actually 1.9, and I will save here and I will clean. And let me check here, malware.py, docpy, it's a PDF document. Take a look at the very interesting, that's a big point here. Maybe you can ask, so Philip, now the file command, it's not it's not a confidence command. I can use this kind of command. No, you need to use, right? But you need to understand all those days, right? This is the very important thing. You never can believe in the extension because, of course, it's the same case when you talk about the strings, for example. If you see here the strings, the man of the strings, for example, here, the strings command, right? So let me check here. Is strings command, string printed the sequence of printable characters in file, right? So here it's the simple key. The many people never think, maybe because in the beginning of the description says, for example, for each file given, strings print the printable character sequence that are at least 4 characters long. Because of this, when you execute, for example, here strings that maybe you execute, for example, in the beginning of this. The many commands, for example, you don't find, for example, the ELF information or MZ information on the PE information, right? For example, here, if you read here the xdemp any, let me check here, any 32, the Linux 32, maybe less. Okay, in the beginning you can read here the ELF, right? So, but here you have just 3 characters, not 4 in this case, right? So, if you try here, for example, let me change here. If you try, for example, run the strings dash a, putting in the Linux. Let me put pipe here. Pipe last here, and you put pipe last here, and you try, oops, maybe I receive some errors here. Oh, of course, I need to put the file correct. Yes. So here, if you put here in the beginning, take a look here. You don't find here the beginning the ELF information, because ELF just 3 characters, not 4 characters. That is important thing, right? This is all those bases, right? That's very important when you mention here, right? So we explaining more than ELF now. So basically, when you talk about the structure about the ELF or maybe PE, portable executable, you can see in the pictures it's the similar form, not exactly the same, but very, very similar, because we have the same header, you have the sessions here in the text doc or doc. Oh my goodness! You have the text, you have AR data, you have the data, and you have many sessions header. In the PA portable, we have, for example, the two parts first, right? The header and the sessions. Of course, it's divided in other parts, and you have, for example, inside the header, you have the DOS header when you can see the MZ information, the signature MZ, right? When basically it's responsible to the creator of this kind of binary. And you have here the PE header when you can find the PE signature, this information, and below you can see the sessions. Here is the information where usually the attacker can put your malicious code, usually inside this session, docs text, right? And when you try to analyze any artifacts, for example, you can find the UPX compressed or maybe a packer tools. This is a technique maybe many times the attackers can be using many different attackers. Usually the packer can encapsulate all the sessions inside the one of this packer basically, and you can, when you use some tools to try and find any information, you will find, for example, the packer information, right? You can't see this information in the session, right? So, okay, so we talk about the PE and ELF structure. Of course, it's very, very simple. I don't have a time actually to explain all this binaries, because if you talk about for example, just a PE, portable executable from Microsoft, man, we have many hours to try explain and to try goes to inside all this information, right? So I will try to explain more than PDF structure, because basically it's in four main parts. The header, basically it's the same when you talk about another binaries. You have the header, right? You have the body, you have the cross-reference table, and you have the trailer, right? So here we have all those structure. In the beginning of the file, you have the version number. It's the same information collected by file command. Do you remember when you execute the file command, you can read actually the magic number of this information. You can find this information. You have the body, and inside this kind of body, you have many reference inside of this body. You have the cross-reference table here, and you can read here its location of object within the file for a random access. The things means in this case is basically one structure referring another structure or another object inside this body in this case, right? In the trailer, it's the same thing. You have here location of the certain objects inside the body. That is, you have many connections of these parts of this structure, right? So here I will show you one of my analysis in a PDF file, right? To try understand. I will use basically here. I used the PDF ID. It's very known tools provided by Didier Stevens. Right, this is basically, I think it's installed in many Unix platform, but you can download this information in the blog website from Didier Stevens, as you can use this in Windows machines. Sorry, we have problem here with my demo. Let me try here. Okay, I will pause actually this demo, because here we have all those informations. You have the header. You have 15 objects here, and you have the two streaming. You have the one trailer, one cross-reference table here, and you have one trailer, right? So below this two, we can find this informations. This is slash, right? In this information, all those slashes are inside of this object. That's a very interesting point. Because if you see in the man of the PDF ID, you can note, you can see this information that basically this tool is responsible to print many strings inside of the PDF, right? So here we have another interesting point. We have the encryption file, and you have here 5 Java script inside this PDF, you know? So we can think about it. What do you think? You have a JavaScript inside of the PDF file. Maybe it's a safer or malicious. You know, I don't talk about the reverse engineer here, just to try to interpret or to try and understand of this file, right? And here you can see another information. Open action, it's 1. What this means in this case, open actions refer basically when the user receives the file and user click in a file, in this case it's PDF file, and after that the file can execute something. In this case, we can see here we have 5 JavaScript. We just need to understand what this or what this command represents in this case, right? So I will put more. Let me check here. Okay, so here I will use another platform. In this case, it's a PDF run. Right, it's another platform created by DJ Steven, PDF parser, right? Oh my goodness, we have I will have many problems here with my, in this case, my finger, you know, because I am clicking in a mouse. But no, but now I will try to show you all those information in this case, right? Because I will pause the video to explain. As you can see here, this information in the beginning, we can see the header, right? And here you can read the object 1. If you remember when I explained about the body, about the cross-reference table, all those parts of this PDF are connected one both another, right? So here, for example, you have the object 1 referring object 2, object 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. But you know, and I know that we have 15 objects inside this file, right? So let's continue to try understand. Here we can see the, my goodness, here we can see the JavaScript, but here we can't understand what this information means, right? So we need to try understand more. Here, as you can see, we have the open action, as you explained before to you, right? The open action, when the user click in this file will run someone or any JavaScript, but we don't know, right? What this JavaScript may be called or maybe can call it, right? So let's continue to understand. We have object 1, and here I will put, okay, more above here. Object 4, we have another reference here. We have a reference 8 and reference 9, and we have 2 more referencing, right? So you can see here more connectivity in the many objects inside the PDF, right? So here another interesting thing. We have the object 7 connected or referencing by object 10. You know, we are growing up of this PDF file, right? And here, the object 9, we have the same case. We have the referencing the 4 because the 4 connected to the 9, and the 8, and the 11, right? So we can see many connections of the object inside this name of body, right? So here we have the object 10 connected to 12, and here we have one first interesting information. Object 11, we have the contain streaming. In this case, when this object has some strings, maybe you have a JavaScript inside this, or maybe you can have some exploit inside this. And you have this information flat decoded. It means these are streaming are obfuscated, are closed inside this flat decode. You need to decode this information, by the way. So here, another information is to have object 12, it's connected to 13. And if you compare here, this streaming, it's much bigger than another that we saw later, right? If you compare this streaming, it's very, very high. The size, it's very high, right? When you compare here. So maybe the idea is to try to looking all those informations inside this object, right? We have here the object 14 and here the 15 and finish the file, right? So the next step is to try to look inside the object 13, right? So in this case, I will use another tool, PDF TK. In this case, this tool is not from DDA Stevens, by the way. So I will run the dump of this information, and this a key information, uncompressed, because I will uncompress all those information inside this PDF, right? Because you remember I run the PDF parser and I can read all those run information, and here I can uncompress, because I know inside of this streaming we have a flat decode information. So now I am seeing here the JavaScript obfuscated. In this case, the attacker used the first technique, the obfuscation technique, right? Because I can see the evil parameters and I can try to find any information inside this obfuscated code, right? So here I will use the nano, you know, I can use VI maybe or another tools to edit all those informations, and I will just change any information. Here you can see many informations in JavaScript. So here we can find, or you can try to read any information, because you can, if you imagine, for example, we're gonna talk about the JavaScript. JavaScript usually the following, it's a application, a web application page maybe. So because of this, I will try to disobfuscate this kind of code. So because I have here the parameter, I will use in the script HTML, I will use in the document right to try read any information inside of this code, right? So I generate the payload.html and I will try to read if I find, for example, any information inside of this JavaScript obfuscated, right? So basically, I will run now this code in a HTML page, and I'll take a look all the the interesting information that we find here. The variable payload. Do you know what this means? It's basically the packer, or not the packer, the package responsible to download in the Vitman machine, and this package is responsible to response this information to the attacker server, right? It's known, the name, it's a CAC, or command and controller, right? So take a look. In the first step, we find the PDF file. In this PDF file, we have a 5 JavaScript, but we have one of this Java, it's the bigger JavaScript, and this JavaScript had received the obfuscated technique, right? And after that, I needed to change all those information. I need to disobfuscate it of this code, and when I execute this information in a HTML page, I can find the payload responsible to download in the victim machine. So if you remember in the beginning of this analysis, when the user, maybe the victim in this case, click in the file, do you remember the open action? The next action of this file is to execute this JavaScript. In this case, it's obfuscated. So when the user or the victim click in this file, this is script, the JavaScript will run in the victim and will download this payload that you can see in the screen inside the victim machine, right? So in this case, I was thinking when I was doing this analysis. So if I have the payload, maybe I can try to find the CAC from the attacker, right? So I will continue to do my analysis in this case. So I have here some information inside this payload, right? So here I will use again my big friend, Nano. Maybe many people don't like this friend, but you know, it's in my case, it's simple. Oh, I could use again Vin or VI or another edit test. So if you see here, we have a very percent inside of this information here. When I look at all those percent, all those information, I can see here the interesting information in this case. Here we have a UC2 based on a Unicode, you know, information. It's almost different when you talk about the ASCII or ASCII. ASCII, it means 1 bytes. When you talk about the Unicode, you use then 2 bytes, right? So here I have the pure, not pure, but the run data of this Unicode, right? So now I need to translate all this information. So I had the payload package, but when I see another technique, the encode technique, right? So this payload is used with it's used a Unicode encoding, right? I know it's maybe confusing, but take a look at this. I have a payload package. I have an information. All those information receive an encode technique. This encode technique is based in Unicode, right? So basically, as you can see here, I just using the Unix platform, but maybe you can ask, or you can asking, Felipe, but I use just Windows, but not a problem. However, you don't need to have a concern in this case, right? So here I use another platform, Mozilla by Bobby. It's a similar platform. I have here the same code. I need to cut. Do you remember? I need to cut this percent because I need to have the run Unicode information, right? The Unicode code, right? So here I have the Unicode information, and I can generate here the exa file binary. This tool is responsible to generate this kind of information. After that, I used another information, another tools created by Didier Stevens, short search executable, to try find any HTTP information. Because remember, if I have the payload package, probably this package, when after to download it in the Vitman machine, probably this package will make some request to the commanding controller from attacker, right? So that's my idea when I to continue to do this investigation. So as you can see here, I found the IP from the attacker. In this case, the IP is based in Estonia, Europe, right? So this is information from the CAC, the attacker. I don't use it basically here, the reverse engineer, but we find the JavaScript obfuscated. We find the encode technique based in Unicode, right? We can learn about for example, the open action inside the PDF files. So we can learn about many informations, right? So if you have any question, I am available to you. This is my contact again. And one more time, thank you for this opportunity. If you have any question, please let me know.